So at least over here. All right. Alrighty then. Hope the music isn't too loud, guys. Should be fine. The heck? Music skipped around a little there. That was strange. Monica Natasha, hi. What's up? Azuka Verse, what's up? Sorry, this was like a really random stream. I was almost not gonna stream, but I was like, you know what? I got a couple hours to kill and kind of nothing to talk about. So I was like, sure, I'll give this a shot. So this should be up a little bit more. Loving these streams? Of course. Thanks, Carlos. How's it going? I'm on ecomi wiki myself. Nice. If only there was like a social media aspect to this, right? And Spider-Man data? Nice. What kind of golden moments were you looking at? Or like what specifically were you trying to check out? Maybe we can figure it out together. Price is going down. Everything's going down. Massage. Message, not massage. I could go for a massage right now, but message, yeah. Did you see Omi the Clown chart update to make your streams easier? Yes, I did, and I appreciate that. I said thank you for the upgrade to your website because of my downgrade, basically of my computer. So, yeah, I told him I was looking forward to it. It seems to be running pretty smooth so far. Do you think prices will dip more? I think so, honestly, until something changes. I just, we would need some sort of big announcement or IP, which would honestly cause the dip to happen a bit more, but then we would hopefully have the market recover. But then again, if the market just keeps dipping and there's no catalyst or nothing's coming out yet, any random day, things could just bounce right back up. There's been a lot of talk of golden moments as well. So honestly, I do think golden moments, the Spider-Mans, as well as some other things. I think actually golden moments are going to pop off first and kind of catch a lot of people off guard. Well, Elsa below 3,400. Bought rare Spider-Man and Iron Man, dude, that's sick. Yep. I need vibes to flip 30.99 Spidey for. Yeah, 20. I know what you meant, 20.99, but yeah. Dude, my Spider-Man's in the red right now. So also I'm trying to get the rare Spider-Man myself, and Vivi, I love your channel growth. I'm so happy to be here since 600 subs. Getting used to your streams. Yeah, I'm like so all over the place with my streams, and like yeah, I need to be more organized. I know I've been saying that for the better part of a week now, but I do think at some point tomorrow I will sketch up at least a loose schedule and try and stick to it for streams, videos. I do have a lot of video ideas as well. And I found that like it's kind of getting to the point now where, you know, I have a good community. I love, you know, I love the people that watch me, and I really enjoy the stuff. So it's like I think it's going to be less about being creative and just more about being consistent, because honestly there's a lot of videos about Veve right now that it's not even like a negative thing to say that like they're not the most creative, but it's just consistent, right? People just want updates and news and like what's going on and what's the new speculation, right? It doesn't have to be the most creative thing in the world. Although I do like to make creative videos occasionally. For the most part, it's always, I think people just want to be updated. Like, I'll be honest, there's times where I go through my YouTube feed or just like the people I'm sub to, and I go through and there's no new videos, and I'm like, what am I gonna do now? Like, there's no videos about Veve. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, you know, watch old content, or I guess like watch an old live stream or something. Like, I've been there before, so I think just being consistent with the videos, and it's kind of strange, but even just having like, not voices in the back of your head, but just, you know, just something going on in the background, talking about Veve, and, you know, sometimes all you just need is one little nugget of information, like, oh my god, like that is so true, or that's kind of an interesting way to look at that. So that's just me personally. Like, I love just learning in general, which is why I feel like I've learned to understand the VV market and like just the VV space in general, like within 3 months, you know, maybe a little over 3 months now. And I haven't been on that long compared to the OGs and all that stuff. And, you know, it's great. Like we needed the OGs to get up to this point, but I'm not exactly sure if the OGs are like, you know, digging through the mud, going through market analysis, stuff like this, because they just don't need to. A lot of them have 3-4 Todds. They have this Spider-Man and this Grail and that Grail and like, you know, that stuff. And that's good for them. Like that's the reward. Like they've earned it. They got in early. So it's like good on them. And like, and those are the people too that are probably going against the grain, right? Like Todds are worthless. DeLoreans are worthless. Like, you know, all that stuff. So, but anyway, sup dude, Victor, how you doing? What up, man? Was wondering when you would be on. Yeah, it's been random to say the least, but I'm gonna give you guys a little sneak peek. I actually already posted a video, or at least like a premiere video on it, but I'm gonna give you guys a little sneak peek of my video that's coming out tomorrow. Is my Disney Golden Moments tier list that I made. This is the sneak peek of it right here. And if you guys want to know what my tier list looks like, give me a sec. So it's got all the golden moments on there. I rank them from S to, I don't even think I put a D tier. I think I removed D tier because like none of them are honestly terrible like D tier. But this is the, this is the rating if you guys want to see what my rating was. This is my rating. I'm just kidding. That's the thumbnail. But I figured it's like pretty funny clickbait to put that Wally's at the top and all the other golden moments are at the bottom. And Wally's the only one that matters. I don't know what you got. Like, who cares about R2-D2, Walt, Iron Man, Elsa? Who cares about them? All you need is some Wally in your life, and then you're good. So yeah, I know. I just worked on it. It didn't honestly even take me that long. I actually really like making videos like that, and I think people enjoy it too. Or it's like very easy, low effort. It's very opinionated, and like tier lists are like, people love tier lists. People love, I've noticed with the YouTube videos, people love rank videos, tier list videos, like top 5 reasons to do this, or top 10 best NFTs, or best NFTs under 1,000 gems. Like people love those videos, right? I do too. Every time I see them, I'm like, what are they gonna say? And like half of it is like confirmation bias, where you're like, oh, like this guy better say blah, 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 Spider-Man. And if he does it, he doesn't know what he's talking about on the market, or he better say this golden moment. And you're like, you know, but then again, sometimes they surprise you with a good opinion, or they back up some stuff they say with like, you know, with some facts, or like a piece of information that you didn't know prior. So I do think those videos tend to do very well. I'm just curious how this one plays out. I do want to do the, I did the golden moments tier list, and who knows, it could, if it keeps doing popular, if it keeps doing well, I might just do, I don't know about all the NFTs, I'll at the very least do the, you know, I feel like the NFT is worth doing, you know, worthwhile, like the black and white series, the Spider-Man, you know, maybe like the lenticular cards, or maybe I'll combine the lenticular cards with some other stuff, because like, yeah, it's like I could do Steamboat Willie or something, but it's like there's only 3, there's not much to go off of. But like I think the Spider-Mans would be perfect, like black and white series would be perfect, just because there's enough of them to kind of make an actual tier list out of it. I'm trying to think like what else. I'm, you know, I don't know much about. If I just did like Cryptkins, I'd be like, they're all like C tier and below. But like that's the tiers are meant to be, they're compared to themselves, right? Or compared to that category. Like if we're comparing everything to golden moments, like yeah, everything is like F and D tier compared to golden moments. But if you just compare all the Cryptkins together as they are, like, okay, like if you're gonna get a Cryptkin, this is the best one to get, or that one, or whatever. So, but no matter with Qatar, I did see your thing about Red Skull. I do think people talk about gamification and all that stuff with like Marvel Mighties, and like I think the likelihood of having it is like really, really high. My only thing is that it's just gonna take a long time to get there. But I do think there is some merit to just having, there is a reason why there is literally usually less than 5,000 villains and there's tens of thousands of heroes. Like there is a reason for that. So, I mean, if you can be one of those people that have a lot of the villains and you need them for a game or whatever it is. Dude, thank you so much for the super chat. If you had 1K gems, would you kick in the rest to buy an Iron Man, or wait to see if he dips more, or keep the gems and see what comes in the future? If you only had If I only had 1K gems, would you kick in the rest to buy an Iron Rune? I would wait. I would just, to be honest, at this point with only 1,000, I would just hold. You said, would you kick in the rest to buy an Iron Man? So I just had like another like what 1,500 laying around. I would just wait. Whatever this announcement's gonna be, and like I will admit, I do think Golden Moments will probably be like the very first NFTs to pump. Like when this market recovers, I think the Golden Moments, like if I was a whale, I would secure a lot of Golden Moments first. Even before some of the Black and White series stuff, I would secure those first. And then everything else. Then like I would like say, okay, I want to secure these handful of Golden Moments, and then these Spider-Mans, and then Black and White, and then lenticular cards and Mickey, as well as Steamboat Willie. Then I would work my way down. Like I would start with Golden Moments because they're heavily discounted, and they probably should be much higher. Yeah, I would just hold. I do think that Golden Moments could go down a bit more, but it's mostly just to see what the heck's coming next, right? And it could just cause a further dip in the market. So Iron Man could go down to like 2,300 or something like that. Save yourself an extra 200 gems, like especially if you, 200 gems doesn't sound like a lot to some people, but if you only have 1,000 gems, like that is a lot. And if you need that extra to get to whatever. Anyone here get the drop this morning? My screen went black after a few minutes off the drop. My VV world. Sorry, I think I just skipped a bunch of chats. Sorry, I'm like behind. But Red Skull, I think there's some merit to it. Like, now's a good buy time. I think you could wait a tiny bit longer, to be honest. I think hopefully before the end of the week, hopefully by like Thursday, hopefully like tomorrow, we get some sort of like announcement or like at least some like 3D collectible drop or something. Because if not, I can see this dip happening going through to the weekend, if that's the case. So I do think Red Skull could dip a bit more. Is it a good buy? Probably. Let's look at, although I do think Green Goblin would do a little bit better than Red Skull. Red Skull is still pretty good. Where's Dr. Doom at? Doom, come on, help me out here. He's at 1,100, okay. Yeah, I mean, they're all good. I have my eyes set on Wally, yeah. I've been on YouTube for less than a year. I'm still getting used to being organized. It's a lot to keep track of for sure. You're doing great and being very consistent. Thank you. Carlos, thoughts on upcoming Black Panther comic drop? I think it's all right. It's not the FA of Black Panther, but it's like the FA of kind of like his allies or his friends or something like that. Not entirely sure. It seems cool. It's not one I'm like stoked about or anything like that. I do like Black Panther a lot, but it's like I'm not huge on comics or anything like that. My VV world. LMAO, dude, hell yeah. Dude, Wally's at the top. Everything else is at the bottom. Mendes Flips, rare FA Spider-Man is at 1,200. Very tempted to pick up a second. It's not a bad move. And don't be surprised, guys. I mean, that could go down to 1,100, but I do not see that thing going lower than that. But who knows? I mean, we're in unfamiliar territory with this new market. Braden Britt, what up? Are we seeing potential rebound in the market or just another okay-ish closing point on the night? Happy to be attending the nice stream again. Thank you. I think we're still seeing just items in general just pull back. I mean, we could look at the top collectibles, see if there's been like any massive moves on the market. Okay, so 2D art. Looks like we got some Mutable X stuff going on. I don't know if that has anything to do with the swap, the token swap with Ethereum to Omi. Maybe some people think they could, basically sell some of these NFTs on Immutable X for like a huge premium and then swap it for Omi. And then, that's obviously another way to get Omi. Secret Rare Deadpool is up quite a bit. Cat Troopers, more 2D art. Still not a big fan of the logos. This is probably just a delisting. It's hard to imagine someone's actually going out there buying a 28,000 gem Ghostbusters logo. I mean, I could be wrong, but it's like there's just so many other things to buy. I mean, you just get 3 Todds for that amount. Like, that's what I'd rather do. But it's more than likely just a delisting. It goes from 13 down to 12, and it didn't move at all, which means someone just delisted and put it higher, most likely. It just doesn't seem likely that. I mean, we're having listings change a couple times, like legitimately, like within a week, like maybe 4 or 5 listings like change, or like there's changes like within a week. But But Em, again, thank you so much for the $5 1K gems. I would just hold it, like I said before. I would just hold it to see what happens. I do think things will go down a bit more, but you just have to be very fast on the trigger. When I used to play football, or at least American football, I don't know if any of you guys are over the pond. That was one of the things my coach told me. He was like, play slow but react fast. So play slow but react fast, and when you're on the market, buy what you see, not what you feel. If you see something happening, go for it. Don't like, well, I feel this, or like, this is big. It's like, go based off the market. Like, that's why I'm not huge on too much on speculations and this and that. Like, I'm going based off what I see, not what I feel. Like, I think there's a lot, and that's it. Like, people are emotional buyers, and like, so am I. I've definitely FOMO'd into tons of stuff before, but yeah. Should I get 2 Wally or one pizza truck? They should be like almost the same price, right? It's not like they're... If you can get 2 Wallies, you're better off honestly just getting an Iron Man, or if you can afford the other, like the additional 400 gems, I would just get an Elsa. But if those are legitimately the only 2 options, I'd get 2 Wallies. If those are the only 2 options, that'd be my take. What up, Vibes? Hamoon, what's up? Nomad the Guitar, Veve says on web. Veveverse coming in 2022 games. In 2022 games, baby. I don't know. Well, I'll have to pull that up and check. But again, I think games is a very loose term, and we'll see. We'll see. I really hope they have at least a company that they outsourced at least a couple years ago, at the very earliest, or else this is not going to be a good look. Gooseneck, we have been careful of new content creators. We have to be careful of new content creators in the community, starting channels to pump their own NFTs. One guy in particular talking down everything except golden moments. We don't need people like this. I mean, I think it's, everyone, I would hope, does their own research and or like cross references and stuff. Like, I don't know. Like, if I told you guys, like, just go out and buy nothing but golden moments, like, I would hope you'd be like, all right, VV Vibes is correct about a lot of things, but this is weird. If he's saying to only buy this one thing, or everything is trash except for this one thing. Like, I mean, you can almost take that suggestion too, like me. Like, I'm very partial, obviously, to Marvel, DC, and Disney. Like, that's my main thing. Although I do see some value in things like Little Friends and some things that are not the big 3. They're kind of few and far between, but that's why I listen to multiple content creators, right? Like, everyone has their own opinion. Like nowadays, I'm becoming a little less bullish on DC right now, just because there's just so much flipping going on. It's just like Superman and Batman, all that stuff. Like, they'll do very well, but like, it's just so much more of an uphill battle, because like those are like the perfect IPs to flip, right? Like 2.5% fee, and they're pretty inexpensive. Like, I don't know, especially with DC, there's a lot of inexpensive Batmans right now. Like Spider-Man, it's like, well, we're not with the price change, but it's basically like 200, a couple 600 NFTs, like the 2 uncommons, like Ben Reilly and the other one. Then it jumps up to like 1,500, then like now you're above 1,000 on everything. But with Batman series, black and white, like you have a lot of stuff at like 200, 300, 400, 600, 700, like you have a lot of stuff like every 100. So just way more opportunities for flipping, and of course the fee again. Elmatics, yo, what's up, VV Vibes? Channel growing by the day, dude. I like to see it. I think it's, I do want to do more videos. It is take a concerted effort to like, because I feed off your guys' energy, right? Like, I read your guys' clips. I love hearing your guys' opinions and asking questions and stuff. Like, I feed off of that. But when I'm recording a video, it's just me and the camera, and like, I do fine with it, but sometimes it can be a little hard to like get motivated to sit down for like 2, 3, 4, or 5 hours sometimes, like recording myself talking and doing the editing, coming up with a script to make sure it's at least like remotely organized, even though like, I don't know, people like VVN3 and other content creators and Andrew Ellis do like an infinitely better job of like coming up with like an outline and explain the story and all that stuff. And plus, like, their just setup is better than mine, which I don't care about too much. It's just so much easier to like follow and just much more aesthetically pleasing than like my stuff I just throw together, which is why I think the tier lists are perfect, because it does, everything's on the screen and then I just go over, what it's about. So it's pretty straightforward. But I hope I will do a because the video is tomorrow, which is like, I think it's on 12, it's on like 14 hours from now. The premiere video, which means I'll just be in chat. If you guys haven't done a premiere before, you just basically, I'll be there with you. We're gonna be watching the Golden Moments, my video, I guess, at the same time. I'll be chatting with you guys, and you guys can either make fun of me of my choices or whatever you want to do. I think that's like, I think it's a lot of fun. I don't think it's a coincidence that a lot of Mighties are FA. It's intentional, 100%. I think so too. I do think they're, like I said, there's probably 90% chance, maybe not even that high, but you know, 75% chance that there's gamification with the Marvel Mighties. But I mentioned this before too, just like they're kind of like cartoony look, just ages very well. I've said this before tons of times on the stream, but you know, Team Fortress 2, Fortnite, God, what are some other ones? Like even like Super Smash Brothers, like that kind of just like cartoony look and stuff. Like if something's like very realistic, you know, you have to keep up with the graphics, or maybe the graphics just don't age well. Like even like look at like Roblox and like, what's it called? Minecraft and stuff. Like the graphics are, you know, they're dog water compared to like the other games that are, you know, huge in the industry, but like who cares? Like sometimes just certain graphics are just evergreen. They're just always good. Right, and that's basically Marvel Mighties, like that cartoony look. You know, it's gonna do well. Like Pokemon, like, you know, you don't see any like hyper realistic like Pokemon games because it just won't age well, and plus it just, you know, doesn't fit the demographic. You know, the people that use it. Even though I thought I did hear that like the majority of Pokemon users are like over 20 or something like that. It's not like they're not for like kids. I mean, they are for kids, but they're also for adults too. Menace flips. I want the dip to keep happening. Just allows me to stack more. That is very smart. Yeah. My Veve world. What are your thoughts on Green Goblin? I got one for 725 for low 1400, and then it went down below 680 today. I'm hoping it's a good buy considering it's a fine buy, dude. It'll go up. Everything is just dipping right now. That's what I'm saying. You'll never find things at their bottom, right? Like, it's extremely unlikely, and I've honestly only done it like once, maybe twice ever, and I've done like hundreds of transactions on Veve, and it's like, it's not too often you're gonna have, you're not gonna like, oh, I bought Green Goblin right at 680 and then it goes up. Like, it's just not likely. Like you're gonna buy stuff and it's gonna drop an additional 15, 20, sometimes even like 30%, but then it's gonna go back up even higher than when you bought it. So, you know, that's the hardest part, is timing it, right? But that's why we look at these numbers. And you know, right now I can't explain too much, which is why, you know, I still value, like, it's more important to just secure the NFT and just have it than worrying about getting like, oh, I want it at the bottom price possible. Debating on selling Mickey, Minnie, and Donald for a low tier golden moment. Seriously, 50-50, in need of some help. Brandon Bread, dude, those are all fantastic. Those are all fantastic. Don't sell all of those. You don't need to, and if you did sell all of those, like, let me pull those up. I think all three of those together are worth more than a low tier golden moment. So you would get what, like 470 with Daisy if you sold that at floor. You would get, and you said what, Minnie and Mickey? You'd get what, out of like 490 with this. So you're at what? You're not even at $1,000 yet. And if you sold Mickey, yeah, you could get a Wally. Like that's good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, golden moments are gonna pump too, but like lenticular cards are gonna happen literally at the same time, or like within a day or two after the golden moments pump. The cards are fantastic, and even if you bought them at their absolute high point, they're gonna go beyond that. So don't even worry about it. Everyone's just like panicking about like, oh my god, like everything is dropping, or like I bought this at this amount. Like, it's, you know, even if you bought Mickey at 850, you know, up here, like you're still gonna be fine. Like Mickey's gonna go beyond that. A day will come when Mickey will hit 1K, and it might be sooner than you think. And I'm not just saying that to like make you feel better. Like I genuinely believe that. You just got to give it time. Crypto's pulling back a little. Don't know that's having an effect. Maybe. People did make the correlation that like, oh, if crypto's up, then NFTs are down, and like they're kind of like the, you know, positive, negative, you know, magnets, right? Like when one goes up, the other one goes down. Or even if you look at a chart like this, You know, they tend to be pretty polarizing. When one goes down, the other one goes up. Not always the case. But you know, it's like, oh, crypto's up, NFTs are down, and if NFTs are up, crypto's down. Like, I don't know. Like, if anything, I don't think NFTs are influencing crypto. It could be. That's the thing. It's like a chicken or the egg thing. It's like, is it because of NFTs, crypto crashed, people are cashing out of crypto to invest in NFTs? Or is it because NFT or crypto was already crashing and the people are like, all right, crypto is just way too volatile. I'm going to cash out now and then get NFTs. Like, who knows? Chicken and the egg. But that could be a thing. Funky Cold picked up a SR Ultimate Fallout 4 for $48.50. Comet Grail, dude, hell yeah. Dude, that's sick. That's the Ben Riley one, right? Not Ben Riley, Jesus Christ. Miles Morales, right? I could be wrong. I'm not a huge comic guy, but dude, that's sick. And especially, I'm gonna look it up. Before I make further comments, I don't want to sound like an idiot. I hope that's the right one. And if you guys haven't noticed, I actually got not Pandora, what the hell is it? Spotify. I got the membership at Spotify, so I don't have to pause for commercials and shit anymore. Your guys' donations, the stream is getting better as we're doing this. Posted a little light around my thing. You see that? It was animated before, and I think that was why it was kind of like lagging up my stream, but now it's, I think it's good enough. Ultimate Fallout number 4, Secret Rare. Yeah, this is the one with Miles Morales. Yeah, dude, that's sick. And dude, if you A, you got it at the low point, but also B, like, if Miles Morales comes out this month, whew, I think the comics, all of these are gonna go up, you know, quite a bit. We're not gonna see like a 50% pump or anything, but yeah, 15, 20%, 25, I could see that with Miles Morales coming out. And like, you can either obviously flip it, or maybe that's gonna be its new support, and then it just keeps running. Because maybe shortly after that, hopefully, market starts pumping again, and then now you're gonna really, like, you probably bought this at an amazing time. Who was it? I need to catch up with chat. It's already moved up on Funky Cold. That's a great move. Rascally Wombat, my man, have you been studying comics? We want you to. Appreciate. Yeah, I'll get there. I need to, like, I know my collectibles is really smart, and there's a handful of other content creators that know comics really well. It sounds like, honestly, right now, some of the best moves you can do, from what I've heard. I still don't know if Hawk is still a good investment. That Captain America one with Hawk, I think that one is still pretty decent. Miles Morales, I think, could be a good catalyst if we get Miles Morales in general. But if not, like, there's still the movies. And then also just New Mutants. People are still talking about New Mutants and how undervalued it is and how cheap it is. I mean, gosh, Fallout number 4 is 130. That's crazy. It's also down 25 gems, so it could be a good entry point too. I'm just looking at this strictly as a numbers perspective, so it's hard to oh yeah, it's hard to just like look at these and like I can't tell you if Ultimate Fallout is better than let's say 3 of the New Mutants or this or that. Like I can't give you like that kind of comparative analysis, because I don't know which comics are technically better than other comics, or which one are, you know, and even then you can't go by real world values always, because there's some anomalies in Veve where it's just like the real world equivalents are, like these cost more than the real world equivalents sometimes. Let me double time it through chat, because I'm like already behind. I've only been streaming for 30 minutes and I'm already behind on chat, so. Yeah, people have been talking Superman lately. I think so too. He will go up. He's gonna have a very hard journey going up, because like I said before, all the flipping, the 2.5% fee, he's in that like weird in-between stage of a grail. Like, he is a grail, but he's like one of the cheaper grails. So, and there's a lot of people out there that are more than happy to like buy Superman for 5K and then like flip him for like 5.3 and just make a quick like 200 gem profit, you know, or 150. Like, there are people like that will do that. It's a bit too heavy of an investment for me, but that's the thing. Like, even if you're wrong and it drops down, like, you just wait. Like, Superman's gonna go back up. It's not like you're investing in, you know, some no-namer independent artist NFT that hardly anyone thinks about. What up, Vibes? If you had 3,000 gems, what are you buying? Iron Man plus either a lenticular card or probably Iron Man plus Ben Riley. for 3K. Iron Man plus the Ben Riley uncommon. Or if you want a lenticular card, I guess you could maybe squeeze in, maybe you can squeeze in Mickey. If not, then yeah, something like that. That's what I'm thinking if I had 3 grand. That, or you can, I mean, you can also stack a bunch of stuff. Like you can get 2 Ben Rileys, 2 of the common Steamboat Willies. You can get, then yeah, that's pretty much all your cash. I mean, you could do that too. Like that's like stacking also at this point is also a legitimate strategy as well. Like whether it's comics, whether it's some of the lower tier DC Batmans, like the black and white series one. It's a legitimate strategy. You just have to pay close attention to it. January 17th was a, let me see. Vibes, what's good, bro? What's up, Weintraub? Kevin Hernandez, what's up, Vibes? What do you think about, excuse me, where were you all day, Mr. Locknet? Existing? I don't know what to tell you. What do you think about Supergirl? I don't know which one you mean. I think they're okay. I can pull it up really quick. I think the whole Supergirl hype is kind of done now, I would imagine. I mean, she's already pulling back. Yeah, I mean, she's, like I said, I knew she was going to struggle to get through that 300 gem wall because there was like, I think there was like 27 or 28 listings between like 298 and 300. And like in that range, and it was just going to be very difficult to get through. Any Black History Month related collectibles we should expect this month? I have no idea, Message, but I've said before, I would love to see, of course, Black Panther, Blade. I think War Machine would be cool. I think War Machine, as well as Miles Morales, as well as Spawn, as well as Bishop from X-Men. I think those would all be really cool. Wise Mind Crypto, what up, man? I've been told all my comic head friends that Spider-Man Fallout is super popular and it's a huge sleeper, so I've been staking. Dude, that's... Are you guys gonna make me FOMO into buying a Miles Morales, Ultimate Fallout? I don't know, those were... Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's I like the numbers on it, and it's been holding extremely well through this dip. Like, yeah, everything has gone down because of the dip, but like it's only gone plus or minus like 10, 15 gems over this whole thing, and this could be a new peak. And it's like it's steady. It's not a sharp, you know, upward motion like that. It's actually pretty steady. So maybe I'll have to grab a couple commons or something like that. Maybe the uncommons. What do the uncommons and commons look like? Because these are cool looking comics. And then again, Daniel D, I appreciate it. So Vibes, I did the Iron Man and got the Mickey and got 21 rare comics. Left me with 2.9. Didn't have enough for Elsa, so help me with the last 2.9. Thanks. Okay. Were the prices just too high, or you just passed on the Elsa? Well, regardless, I don't know if you still want to do golden moments or if you still want to do something else. Yeah, give me a sec on the 2.9. Let me just catch up with chat. It should take me like 5 minutes, less than that, to catch up with chat. But I do want to look up Ultimate Fallout. I do want to at least like look at these. What does the uncommon look like? This just kind of just looks the same. Oh, so with his actual, what is the difference? Okay, so the common doesn't show his face. It's like dark. But the uncommon actually shows his face, which is pretty cool. And then the rare, I like the look of the rare a lot. It's also, you know, more cost effective than having it jump up to. You know what? Actually, like the ultra rare is not that much more than the rare. Like that's a sick cover. That's like a really cool looking cover. I really like that one. That's probably why actually the rare is so high. Ultra rare looks decent. I do like this this like zoomed in look of Miles Morales. The secret rare, you know, that's really cool too. But I love that that stance he's in. Again, let me double time. January 17th was temporary top. Shows where we'll go. Yeah. Any Black History Month? Yeah, I already kind of answered that. I sold Batman and Croc and a few comics. I'm thinking about buying Disney cards. What are your recommendation? Get any you can afford. Like, they're all great. The only ones that are like kind of close are like Minnie and like Daisy. I guess like price wise, like I would say get whatever ones you can afford. And I would say like instead of Pluto, I would probably still get Donald instead of Pluto. Because Donald's like a really big deal, like in the Disney community. Like, I mean, so is Pluto, but it's, I think the majority of them would want Donald instead of Pluto. In my case, yeah, like, I mean, there's different price points. I mean, you can see it here. I would say just get what you can afford. And I told people too, I'm like, if Donald goes below 850, or especially if 8, like, that's a really good pickup. Like, yeah, I would say like if you legitimately only have 500 gems, maybe wait for Daisy or Minnie to hit below that. If you got only 700 or 750, pick up Mickey. And if you got 800 or 850, pick up Donald. Like any of them are good pickups at the end of the day. Amazing Spider-Man number 3 is a good pick for now. 1.9K and it's a hodl for sure. Okay, let's look into that. Stefan Longo, Wonder Woman, possibly falling below 200. Thought. Oh, the series 2. I don't think much of it, to be honest. I think the cover girls have already kind of run their course already. I'm sure we'll see a small resurgence of them at some point, getting hyped up or something. But other than that, I think they've kind of run their course. They're pretty much immediately falling into like the bear market, just like everything else. Water Boys, what is really low right now and good one to collect? Everything. Anything Spider-Man related, anything Disney, anything Batman Black and White. Legitimately anything. Like you can... I'll pull up like a couple Spider-Man graphs just to show you what I'm talking about. Like everything is there. Like, holy shit. Zombie Hunter Common's below 200 right now. Ben Reilly is approaching 500, which is absurd considering he had an all-time high of 1100. Like legitimately, there's so much stuff like just 50% off. Gosh, I remember that. Like, wasn't this like 8 something yesterday? This was like 820 yesterday. Am I just like imagining things? Yeah, this was 850 yesterday. What the hell? It's already down almost 100 gems. Like just, yeah, this market is just very, very, just very bearish right now. We need some sort of announcement. We need something to shake things up. I mean, you can just see it there. I mean, this had an all-time high of 1400. We'll look at some of the Batman stuff really quick too. Like literally buy any, I don't want to say literally buy anything, but, like I will just say like pretty much everything's on discount right now, except for your highest tier NFTs, the golden moments, as well as something like that, the grails. But other than that, it's like, why is it struggling to find? I know I forgot the B, but usually it still brings it up. There it goes. Like Becky Cloonan's like 1800 right now, which is crazy to think. Darwin Cook below 180. Dude, people are like really selling off. I'm afraid to look at Jim Lee. Oh my God, he's at 1100. I'm down like $700 on Jim Lee. I bought like at the worst time possible. And that's another thing I'm just learning in general, is just how to read the market a bit better. Gary Frank. I think this went an all-time high of like 650, 700, 625. And now it's more than 50%. I mean, of course, comparing it to its all-time high, it's probably a little bit closer to like 500, but even then it's... Everything is discounted right now, sir. You can legitimately buy... I would stick to something Spider-Man and Disney, but if you want to get some Batman, like that's good too. Would you flip or hold SR Deadpool and Green Goblin for either SR Goofy or Elsa plus any gem? I would get Elsa for sure over Goofy, like any day of the week, personally. I don't think it's a terrible move to go from SR Deadpool and Green Goblin to Elsa. I do think SR Deadpool has a lot of room to grow too. But so does Elsa. Where is Deadpool right now? Didn't he go up recently? I could have sworn SR Deadpool actually went up recently. Thought we just pulled that one up. Yeah, it's actually up a bit. So it's probably not a terrible move, but like I'm also looking at this too, right? I had an all-time high of 4150, but so did Elsa. Elsa also had an all-time high of 4100. Like I literally looked it up from my video like 2 hours ago. So Elsa's been there too, and honestly I think Elsa could hit it faster than Secret Rare Deadpool. So if you kind of need to, I don't know, sacrifice a Green Goblin to get an Elsa because you think it's going to go up and beyond that, like at least I do, I don't think it's a terrible move. At least you're securing a golden moment. Riley Collier, is there any genre you're looking at more than others at the moment? Just got into Veve a month ago and subscribed today. Awesome, dude. Thank you for the or her. Thanks. I appreciate the sub. Just DC, Disney, and Marvel. That's my main thing. I'm probably more bullish on Marvel and Disney right now. I think DC is still solid, but just stick with those. And if you need more follow up, or if you want to like ask more specific questions, I'm more just curious. Like, you know, obviously the things you can buy, it's limited by how many gems you have, right? Like, there's a big difference of people say, here are the NFTs you can recommend. Like, there's a big difference between if you got 300 gems in your wallet or 3,000 gems in your wallet. Like, that's a very big difference. Yep, Miles Morales movie coming out, or Iron Man, Elsa, Homer, Bart, good long-term hold. They're all great. More towards Iron Man and Elsa. I mean, Homer's good too, but if you already own it, like, that's great. Crypto follows cycles of bull bear consolidation. Will we see a 3-4 year bear market for NFTs? Unlikely. Not entirely sure. We're still seeing like a ton of gems getting poured into the market. I think we're gonna see a pretty aggressive rebound. And like, I to be honest, I don't follow, you know, the crypto markets or anything that closely. And like, I'm familiar with like graphs and charts and stuff. Like, I don't know all of the terminology. Like, I know some of it. I try not to use it because it just doesn't mean much to people that just don't study it. But at the same time, I feel like I got a decent grasp on it, and I made quite a bit of money on it. And like, again, at the end of the day, all it takes is one tweet or one release or one leak or whatever for things to just skyrocket. And I would assume crypto is probably the same way too, but just in general, I feel like NFTs plays by slightly different set of rules. Same game, but just like slightly different rules. But 3-4 year, but like Veve's only been out for a year and like 2 months. So it's hard to determine what's going to happen 4 years from now. But I mean, there's been a shit ton of growth in that year and like a few months. Ultimate Fallout Miles Morales is the new Spider-Man going forward. After Into the Spider-Verse Part 2 in October, they will make Miles Morales Spider-Man MC moves. Okay, that's cool. You're gonna sell Homer and uncommon plus common Mickey for Elsa. Thoughts? I feel like there's a time limit before she flies. I think Homer could like do well too. Obviously not as well as Elsa. That's a lot to give up though. I'm assuming, are they the lenticular cards or the well, you said uncommon, so the steamboats. I think it's a lot to give up. I mean, I think you're also kind of like overlooking steamboats too. I think Steamboat Willies will do really well too. That's a toss up. I am actually like valuing golden moments like really high right now. Yeah, that's tough. I think that's a lot of stuff to move. And like, where are the Mickeys right now? It just sucks selling them like so low compared to what they were. Ugh, why does it do this? Let's see. 725, 925. That hurts my soul. Even then, I think you would still have to make up some gems, right? If you sold this. I mean, let me pull up a calculator. Sorry if I seem a little tired. I did start the stream a bit late. Plus 925 plus, I think Homer and Bart are like 1,800 right now, right? Let me look them up. Let's just say 1950. Yeah, you'd still have to make up 300 gems for the difference. Actually less than that, because Elsa right now is I think at 3,400. I don't think it's terrible. Like, there's worse trades you could do. If you can pull it off, I don't think you'll be disappointed, but at the same time, like, if you manages to hold it, like, Homer's a golden moment too. I do think that'll get pulled up as well with all the other NFTs, not by much. And I do think the Steamboat Willies will do well as well. So it's, yeah. Nick Fury for Black History Month, that too, that'd be sick. But Daniel D, so you still want to stick with like Spider-Man or Mickey? Because it sounds like you got Mickey and Iron Man. Looks like it sounds like you bought a lot of comics. It sucks you couldn't get an Elsa, dude. I think Elsa is gonna be gem for gem, probably like the golden moment that's gonna pump the most. Like percentage wise or gem for gem, like it's gonna be the one in my opinion, but Alternatives. Do you still want another golden moment? Like, I'm thinking something like Wally plus rare Spider-Man or something. That's more than enough. Because you don't have a Spider-Man. You could do... Not a huge fan of Homer and Bart. Like, I'd rather go Wally than Homer and Bart at this point. Especially since with those extra 500 gems, you can buy something else, like a Ben Reilly. Like, it's nuts that Ben Reilly's at like 500 right now. Let me think. If you're down to get another, like, if you like, I think that's the initial combo that's coming off my head for 2100 is like Wally plus rare Spider-Man, because that puts you at 2.7, which leaves you with another 200 gems to stack some more comics. Or you can get a Darwin Cook Batman that's below 200 right now. Trying to think of like what else, like an ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man plus like a Joe Mad Batman that puts you at like 2200. Like Joe Mad's pretty, like, I don't know if you're more bullish on like Batman. I remember you saying I think Disney and Spider-Man like you're more into. And even like some of the comics, dude, like people were saying comics would do really well. So I don't know, like you could also go for like maybe swing for the fences on the like a secret rare comic or something like that with the last 2900. How much is the Ultimate Fallout one? I think it's like $3 grand. Ultimate Fallout. Gotta put a T here. Yeah, that's way too high. Yeah, I was like, gosh, you can get like a like last 2900, get like a secret rare comic, or get something like that with you know, get those 6 Master Collector points. I remember you saying that. I have a You Are Spider-Man. I have an animated You Are Spider-Man. Okay. So you already have a Spider-Man. Let's look at the Batmans really quick. I don't think we need to spend all 2900 on the Batmans. That's because I'm in comics. It sounds like you already bought a lot of comics. Like, I think you're pretty secured. Ultra rare animated. So you got 2.9K. In my opinion, like, I think Becky Cloonan and or Joe Mad could like fly a lot. I mean, they just have a really high cap. They're pretty much, I don't want to say like the poor man's like Series 1 Batmans, like the Season 1, because like they are in that group. If you can see here, I'll just shut off my camera. Part of this group, you know. It's also weird, like just looking at that picture there. It's there with Todd, Rizzo, Becky Cloonan, and Joe Mad. So it's like, if people want to complete the set, like that OG set, they're gonna have to buy Becky as well as Joe Mad at some point. And they do well. I mean, Becky went up to 3,600 at one point, and then Joe Mad, I think, had a similar story. I think he went up to 26. Where's Joe Mad? Joe Mad's at 1,100. Maybe he went up to like 24, not 26. Let's see. Yeah, he went up to 22. So he's also half price too. So it's, you know, FA Joker, Joker too. Again, I'm not sure how big you are on DC. It sounds like you don't have, I think you told me you have a Steamboat Willie too. Yes, I need more Batman. Okay. I mean, it's so hard to like imagine not buying an FA Joker like this low. Like this low, not buying an FA Joker. If you really wanted to, you could go like if you want to spend all 2.9, you could go FA Joker plus Becky Cloonan, which would take you pretty much at budget, maybe a tiny bit over. Like both of those, or you can, you know, if you want to diversify a bit more in the sense of like you still get your FA Joker plus Joe Mad, which puts you at 2,200, which leaves you with 700 left over to buy, you know, a Spider-Man or another lenticular card. I'll let you decide on that. Like, again, like I can't, any of those variations are good. like Jim Lee plus Joe Mad or Jim Lee, or I keep saying Jim Lee. I know there's more than one Jim Lee NFT, but like if you go FA Joker plus Becky Cloonan, that's your entire budget. But if you go Jim Lee plus Joker plus the Joe Mad Batman, and you still have 600 gems left over, you can get more comics, you can get another Spider-Man, you can grab a lenticular card, you can get more cheaper Batmans. You can even go with some speculative stuff, like stuff you just always liked, but like weren't sure you wanted to invest in, like DeLoreans or Kripkins or Powerpuff Girls, or like 600 can get you some stuff. Like if you wanted to, like, you know, it's kind of a speculative buy. Like I don't know how big you are in like Powerpuff Girls. Like I'm not a huge proponent of it, but it's like hell, you can grab. I think you can grab Buttercup and Blossom for under 600. Or shit, it's like. I don't know. It's up to you. I'm not recommending these, but it's like if you do like Powerpuff Girls or some of the other NFTs, like that's what I'm thinking. Let's see. I hope that helped, Daniel D. That's completing Steamboat. Okay, so we don't need Steamboat. So yeah, get some Batman stuff. I think Jim Lee will. I think Jim Lee will do some. I think Joker. I keep saying Jim Lee because there is a Jim Lee. Robin, I believe, or another Batman. So if you want more Batmans, those are the two I'd go for. I think you should. I think it's a mistake. Actually, where's Harley? How much is Harley? Can we make this work? Where is she? Hold on. 690. Could we make this work? I'm just gonna put 1100. Wow, we could. So I take this all back. So what we're gonna do, or what I would suggest, of course, not financial advice, with 2.9, if all you want to do is focus on Batman, or like you want to build up your Batman like bag, FA Joker, Joe Mad, FA Harley, and you still have 100 gems left over for whatever you want. Like that's 2 solid FAs and a very, very good FE for that's part of literally the series 1, like part of the first series that ever dropped on Veve. You got one of the Batmans on it, and I think it's one of the better looking Batmans. I really like the look of this one. Like I like the look of this one better than like Rizzo. Like I know Rizzo's like standing up, but like I really like the stature of this. So if you're really just trying to actually triple down on Batman, FA Joker, FA Harley, the Bruce Timm, Joe Mad, and then you have 100 gems left over to buy a rare and like 2 commons or something like that, like comics, or if you want to buy like Storm or something. That'd be my take. Yep, I'll do that one. I like this one too. I like, you can get 2 FAs of the villains. Yeah, not so much Penguin. I guess with the extra, I don't even think you have enough for Penguin. I mean, you might be able to squeeze in Penguin, but like I would still go Harley over Penguin personally. Seems like good value. Yeah, I love doing these. Like I have this much and what do I need? Like I do really good with those, I feel like, and just getting the most value out of it. All right, I'm pretty behind on chat, so I apologize, but I wanted to help out my man Daniel D. He's trusting me with a good amount of gems, let's say, so I wanted to make sure I got my boy set up. Goes for 35k in physical for 9.8. That's sick. Babs, what's up, dude? Dude, if I got Babs thumbs up for my recommendations, you know it's good. You know my recommendations are good if Babs is giving me fire and like thumb up emotes. Mark Rogal, the rare was the only one that was the real world print, and Miles Morales. Okay, what's going on, peeps? All right, got ourselves another stream. Yeah, we're told. I picked up a couple things today. Collectible, a couple comics, including the new one. Nice. I did buy a rare. I bought a rare and a common of the new Luke Cage, and I bought the Luke Cage rare for like 55. Okay, I guess I don't need that. That's someone messaged me. What do you think about the Avengers logo? Golden Moments, is it a good investment? For now, I would rather have Wally, to be quite honest. If you want a golden moment, I would take Wally. I'm actually releasing a golden moment video, if you guys haven't seen yet. Am I able to pull this up for you guys? Let's see. A little bit of a sneak peek here for tomorrow's video. Refresh this. The video's tomorrow, and it's like 14 hours from now, so that's when the video's coming out. So if you guys come and hang out during the when the video drops, like I'll be in chat, like talking with you guys. Yeah, here it is. There's like the little, here it is. So the premiere. This isn't actually my tier list. It's a clickbait thing. So it says 13 hours from now, tomorrow at 10 a.m. my time. I'm in Arizona, so it might be different for you, but basically 13 hours from now. This isn't the actual tier list. This is me just memeing on like what's like the best golden moment. But I did put Avengers logo pretty low comparatively to the other ones. Also just price wise too. And I didn't organize these just by like, oh, this is like the best prices. Like I did put some NFTs that were lower price above other NFTs that are higher price, like on the golden moments. So I didn't just go like Walt, R2, C3, like I didn't just work my way down. Like there are some I did put at a higher tier than others, not just because of value, but also just like potential, like just the IP they're getting slept on. I think this could take off, like a lot of different factors, right? I did put Avengers logo kind of, you know, like I said, on the lower side. Like I've said before, I'd rather take Wally. I mean, he's at S tier. I mean, just look at him. He's S tier. Wally, our boy's S tier. Which is a thing I forgot to mention in this video, which is, you know, some people don't understand the term S tier. It's kind of like I think it's used in Japan and, you know, anime and shows and YouTube, and it's kind of like nerd language for like top tier or whatever. I think it's used as a term for like superb or something like that. So it's kind of like a geeky online term for saying it's the best of the best. It's like above A tier. So I know some people were kind of confused about that. I forgot to mention that in the video, like, because some people just don't get it. So I'll probably just put it in the comments or something like that. So, yeah, if you're thinking about Avengers logo, I'd rather take Wally personally. Just my take. Ultra Rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man is a nice discount. Yeah, Zach of Trades, I agree. Everything's at a great discount right now. What do you think about the event? Okay, I already answered that. I already have Iron Man. If you want to complete the set, I still don't think like, I don't even know how many points you get for completing that set, right? Like if you guys are worried about like Master Collector points and completing sets, like I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money, but if it's more about the Master Collector points, like I would rather just get a better NFT. Like you'll get more, I think you'll get more profit and more MCP if you get Wally, and then you spend that like 300 to 400 gem difference on just rares and just stacking rares for Master Collector points. I mean, rare comics, I should say. Like that's how it worked out. That's exactly how I set up Daniel D. He seems happy with his lineup of NFTs. So, crypto and NFT market going down. Maybe I've honestly paid that close attention to crypto. I probably should. But I just haven't really paid that close attention. Giorgio, sorry, I try to say the name of the person when I bring up a comment. Veve, sorry, Jesus. Zach of all trades, everyone buying golden GME call options. So I was like, golden moments, yeah. Yeah. For Black Ops K, what do you think about Hot Girl right now? I thought the chart looked great, but I want your opinion. Not really. I mean, let's look at the chart and let's see what I think. Oof, 255. I'm so glad. So I actually won her on drop. I think I sold her for somewhere around here. Where did I sell her? No, I actually sold her like the first day I got her. I think I sold her for like 3 something, even though the chart doesn't show it because it only updates by the hour. I do remember selling her within like the first hour I got it, like for 3 something. She did peak at 600, but other than that, like it's just stagnant. Like unless, like, I'm not saying she can't pop off and do well, maybe jump up to like 400 or something. I just don't see her maintaining that, or like before people just start taking profit, because there's no shows, there's no movies about her. Like I even said this before, like if you ask some people, list me some female superheroes, like most of them probably wouldn't even say Hot Girl. Probably most people don't even know Hot Girl exists. Well, I'm gonna say, you know, Batgirl, Superwoman, you know, Wonder Woman, of course, and stuff, but like Hot Girl is, you know, she needs a lot of help in like the media side of things, or just the industry. Holy hell. Sorry about that. So she's like one of the cheapest ultra rares on the platform, other than I think the cheapest ultra rare, and I could be wrong, that's not a comic or like a poster or whatever, I think is Alligator Loki, the ultra rare. I think that's the cheapest one on the app for ultra rares. I could be wrong. Yeah, that's like 200 for an ultra rare. But then again, there could be some like Murmurcorno or something I'm just overlooking. I hardly ever look at Murmurcornos. But Hot Girl, I would pass. I would honestly rather pick up like a black and white DC something or another instead of that. Riley, I'm a he. Okay, yeah, you never know. Riley's interchangeable, you know. Do you think the market is low because of Pokemon rumors? You think I have to drop, especially when to bring cash into withdrawal? I did make a video 2 days ago talking about my reasoning for why the market is crashing. Basically, rumors around Pokemon. Basically, there's been no release, like no significant IPs have been released. Even since the beginning of this year, like we have nothing new. It's been Marvel and Disney, the lenticular cards, like that's cool, but we haven't had anything hard hitting yet. I do think Star Wars would definitely shake up the market, like whatever it is, like that could definitely shake things up and cause the market to actually like rebound really well. Trying to remember the other reason. MTL is a small reason. Also, just natural retracement. Like every NFT on the platform just pumped at some point during the first, second, or third week of January. Like it just pumped extremely hard, and this is just natural retracement. Just naturally, people are just taking profit across the board. Like, I mean, if you look at Hot Girl, like there was a lot of people that bought Hot Girl for below 200 gems, and basically at any point since January 18th, people are like, yeah, I'll sell this for profit. Even people that might sell it for 250. There's even people that might sell it for a small loss just to get rid of it. So like this is going to be going on for a little bit longer, in my opinion. And I think the number one reason, and I got the idea from VVM3 in chat, which I appreciate you being here, is just Vivi basically gave the green light for a lot of people to just buy, sell their NFTs and gems like off platform. They just said like, hey, we can't really track it, and B, like, you know, we're not going to lock your account. We're not going to, you know, take anything away from you or whatever. If you get scammed, you're on your own. But that's pretty much it. And there could be a small thing to be said about, yeah, scammers, or not scammers, but sorry, botters, or like selling off all their NFTs. I just figured they were just selling their NFTs off immediately anyway. Like if you win it on drop, like why hold it for like 6 weeks or something random? Like I feel like they would just sell it off immediately. So I don't think it's necessarily that. It's not like, I don't think bot accounts were like holding their NFTs for 6 months and they're just like, oh shit, now Vivi's gonna do something, let's sell them all. Like it just seems unlikely, but I could be wrong. Time for some vibes. Nice, thanks for the stream, of course. My collectibles, here we all again. Yeah, place to be. Shake and bake. Someone selling over 40 FA Wonder Womans. Yeah, someone put up, what was it? I think it was DeLoreans yesterday or the day before. Someone put up like, someone says 75 DeLoreans, just a giant wall. I was just laughing at that point. 89 Batman for 290. Yeah, Ronaldo. I've said this before. 89 Batman should have never gotten that high. I've said, yeah, the highest mint of most the highest mint for the black and white series Batmans, other than this one, is 7,500. Batman Black and White, or Batman Who Laughs, has 17,000 mints. So he has way more. I don't even know what he's got like 3 or 4 times more mints than the next highest Batman. Honestly, in my opinion, like Batman Who Laughs never should have gotten above 300, maybe 350, but like just because it was artificially pumped up to 650, you know, people on Twitter and stuff, like I said this before yesterday and even earlier this week, I said like when it was at 300, I'm like, there's a good chance this can go into the low 200s because we have a lot of people that have been buying below 100 for like, how long? When did this come out? Since May. So since May, we've had people buying this for below 100, like, and there's 17,000 mints. That's a lot of people probably holding, or, you know, even if they were flipping back here, like, yeah, I think it's going to go down in the low 200s. And then it might start plateauing or flattening out at that point. Then that's when I'll buy it, because it is one of my favorite NFTs on the platform, just aesthetically. and I love the story, but I'm not gonna buy it till it gets, and I think it will get down to like 200. Let's see. Ben Riley is the move for show. I agree. Yep, Ben Riley. I have an Ultra Rare Spider-Man. Yeah, we already talked about that. Collectibles. Nice calling Superman. Your video nailed it. Yeah, let's look at Superman really quick. You know, it's funny because when you made that video, it literally went up like 1K, and like my friend actually sold his Superman he sold that plus a couple other things to get a Mickey hat, and he was so upset. He's like, I could have saved 1,000 gems because I think he sold it at like 5K or something like that, and if he just literally waited like 6 more hours, he would have gotten like an extra K or like 12. If he waited like 12 more hours, he would have gotten an extra 1,000 gems out of a Superman. It's like, ugh. But it happens though, dude. That's the VV market sometimes. So I mean, it's up, and he's holding at 6K. Like I said before, it's I don't think Superman was just gonna do a complete vertical up to 8, 9, 10, 12. Like I didn't see that happening. Like he will get up there, but he's gonna have to fight because there's gonna a lot of people just taking profit on him across the board. So he'll get up there, but it's not gonna be an easy journey for a Superman. Stack Mighty's the Thing. Yeah, that'd be cool. He is trying to think, we don't have any other NFTs or like any other characters that are like the muscle characters, I think right now. Not that I can think of. So not a bad investment. Yes, I need more Batmans. Yeah, we already talked about that. FA Wonder Woman or Uncommon Steamboat. Oof, okay, I'm really behind chat. Boat, I have a couple Wonder Woman thinking whether to flip it. Are you talking about FA Wonder Woman? I would just hold FA Wonder Woman. I don't think you need to flip, what, 2 of them for like... I have a couple Wonder Woman thinking to flip. Even though I do think Uncommon Steamboat Willie will do better than Wonder Woman. Where are they at? Where's Wonder Woman? God, how did she go down even lower? Like, I love how like we get the, what's it called, cover girl thing, and she gets a slight pump and then it just sells off like immediately. People just start immediately taking profit. Yeah, it's, I don't think it's a terrible move because again, there is that 2.5% fee. I need to put Mickey, not Steamboat, because she's at 800 basically. Where's Steamboat? I don't think it's a terrible move actually. I probably want to do both of them. You know, I would keep one, sell your higher mint one of Wonder Woman. Not that it really matters. You'd have to sell 2 of them. I would just keep them. Just keep them, dude. Wonder Woman's great. She'll do fine. I don't think she'll do as well as some of the Batmans and some of the others, like, but overall, she'll be fine. Yeah, I would just hodl it. Because like you said, you'd have to sell Wonder Woman and then put in what, an additional like 150 gems or something to get Happy Whistle. That's rough. There was a period of time where you could probably 1-for-1, but now it's either wait for Happy Whistle to go down to like 850 or just hodl. I'm looking for something good to pick up for like $100. Any suggestions, chat? Rab Young. I think you were on here yesterday asking about $100, or maybe it was like $60 or something. Sounds like you made some profit. I don't know. Storm. I'm sure there's some comics out there that are doing really well. I just don't know them off the top of my head for that cheap. There's a lot of stuff, but Victor Florentino. After a couple months, I finally managed to get Spider-Man Uncommon 690 gems and Batman Fabric at. I thought for a second, I thought that was like 426,000 gems. I'm like, what is, dude, yeah, dude, Victor, those are both fantastic deals. And those are both very good NFTs. Both of those are very good. You got a Batman, Spider-Man. Those are great. And honestly, for those price points, like you can't really get anything good Disney. So I think those are both very, very good. You got Jason Fabek at 420. That's, or 426. That's nuts. I was telling people to buy him at 500 and I was like, dude, that's a good deal. Buy him. But no, that's a fantastic deal, Victor. Give it like, I hope Veve does an announcement soon. I really hope they do something tomorrow, like an actual collectible. But like, just give it like a week or two, and those will definitely both go up. J. Lee Batman dropped about 300 since I got him. It happens, dude. Like, we're all like that, dude. My entire vault is red, so I feel you on that. Like, I know this doesn't show it, but or my vault value's not accurate. It's probably, I don't know if it's higher or lower than that. It's probably a bit higher. I haven't really paid that, but my entire vault is in the red right now, so I'm right there with you. Rajnak Paul, Iron Man, Elsa, Homer, Bart, or Lenticular 4 card set. I would just take those through. Just Lenticular card set is nice. What I would actually do is just get Iron Man and Elsa, and instead of Homer, Bart, with that 2K, I would grab Donald. Is that math work? Hold on, let's see. So instead of Homer and Bart, grab Iron Man, Elsa, then grab Mickey, and then Donald. That would put you over budget by maybe a couple hundred gems. Yeah, I would do that. Get Elsa, Iron Man, and then get Donald, Mickey, Minnie. And if you can't afford Minnie, drop Minnie, and then with the extra gems, you know, get something else. It doesn't matter. But I think that the two lenticular cards that gem for gem have the most upside is Donald and Mickey, in my opinion. Like Minnie and Daisy are both great. I would still pass on like Goofy and Pluto right now. Like gem for gem, I think Donald would do better than Pluto. That'd be my suggestion. Nagpaul. Caleb, Common Steamboat Willie or Minnie? I think with the current prices, you can get a Mickey. I don't think you can. Yeah, 750, 720. Just get a Mickey. Unless you already have a Mickey, then I guess Minnie plus Zombie Hunter Spider-Man or Darwin Cook Batman or something. I don't think you're wrong with either. I would pick. I'd probably pick the Mickey card over the common Steamboat Willie. But if you have to pick up Minnie, that's fine. And then with the extra 150, 200 gems, so that you can get something else. Stat Gaming, Young. Well, Rabion. Fantastic. 440 and keep 60 for drops, yeah. I paid 550 for Fabuck. Hold that. Uncommon Spidey's crazy too. Yep. I'll do that one. Yeah, we talked about that. Michael Gordon. God, I'm kind of behind on chat. Sorry. I hear that people are selling on eBay to avoid the tax. How is that even possible when the recipients need to have a Veve account? Probably. It's probably just to bring more awareness to it. I have no idea how they would do that. I did hear about that happening. I'm pretty sure that's against like Veve's terms, but again, they kind of announced like, hey, we can't. I think it's mostly just like they don't want to put, not they don't want to, but they really can't put in the resources to even like track people like that. But who knows? I'm not entirely certain about that. Seems a good value. Where would you put 600 right now vibes? Ben Riley. Ben Riley, and then I'm trying to think of like another one as well. I'm sure there's some sort of combination of like black and white NFTs that you can do a combo with as well. I have to think about that one for a bit. But that was just immediately what came to my mind is like the uncommon Ben Riley. But I'm sure there's some other really good deals out there too right now that are like below 600. I think there was, thought I looked at something earlier, but I forgot. Hope so. Thanks, Babs. Yep. Hello, I'm late, but I'm here. Nice. We got Angel. Dude, meet Angel's here, guys. We're fine. We're good now. For sure, Victor. You retired yourself yesterday with those plays, my G? Yeah, that's sick. He wasn't able to get the Elsa, unfortunately. I don't know what happened, but Elsa would have been a good pickup, but I think picking up F.A. Joker, F.A. Harley, as well as the Joe Mad. You know, he wanted some Batman. I think that's, those are also good pickups too. Have you seen the FA Wonder Woman? 700 cell wall? No, I have not. I would assume it looks hilarious though. FA Spidey Ultra Rare or Superman? Are they that close in price? I feel like Superman is still cheaper than that, right? Than Ultra Rare Spidey? Than this one? I mean, Ultra Rare Spider-Man is like huge up potential, but so does. I think Ben Reilly Ultra Rare could run up faster for sure. I do think that it'll run up, and there will be a point where it'll start plateauing off, like a little bit. Like I think Superman's gonna be slow and steady the whole way. There will be spikes and there'll be sell loss, but like slow and steady. I just feel like Ben Reilly's gonna do an up and then like a flat, and then just chill there for a while. I could be completely wrong. I don't know why, but I'm just getting that vibe for like from Ben Reilly. I mean, there is some merit to like basically getting Superman and spending the literally a 2,500 gem difference to pick up Iron Man. Like Iron Man plus Superman, that's pretty competitive, I think, with Ben Reilly Ultra Rare. I'd probably go with that. I think I'd probably go with that, to be honest. That way, it's also easier to sell off, or like if you ever want to sell one off, you're not forced to sell a Ben Reilly. Yeah, that's what I would do. If Ben Reilly was like down here at 777, I'd be like, and Batman, or not Batman, if Superman was where is that now, I'm like, it's only like a 1,500 gem difference. You can't get that much of a difference. Like, okay, maybe not, but I think Superman plus Iron Man would be a good combo to kind of match Ben Reilly. But then again, I mean, you're also getting. Am I even looking at the right one? I'm probably not even looking at the right one. This one, right? They're like the same price. I think I'm still going with the same thing. Sorry if I was looking at the wrong one. Pomegranate. I don't know. I'm like, even then, even if it was this one, how much did this one go up to? Not as high as Ben Reilly, I think. Right? No, not as high. Kind of the same. Part of me still would kind of go with Superman, Iron Man. I don't know. I do have a feeling there will be a point where maybe Spider-Man's get a little saturated and people start investing in like more Disney. In my opinion, I could be wrong. That's a tough question, but a good one. I like it. Pixel Trader, love the thumbnail. Yeah, Wally is super sleeper. I agree. Flip Todd for R2 and C3PO and 350 gems. Fingers crossed. That is definitely a fingers crossed moment, but you got the full Star Wars set. Those will both do very good things. Will it do better than Todd? Not entirely certain. It's gonna really depend on like, honestly, how much like new whales or just like people that come into the app like really give a shit about Todd and like that whole history. They're like, all right, that's cool, but like, I don't care about Todd. Like I want, you know, basically people don't care about owning the first NFT or owning Batman or Todd or whatever it is. Like they're just buy other stuff. You know, there are some people that are really into like basically the history of NFTs or like just the history of Veve, and they're just like, dude, this is so cool. Like I want to buy a Todd. But then again, yeah, I think you did that. If I was to sell Todd, I would do a trade like that, me personally. So I do think that's a decent trade. Babs, no one can make 100% calls, but your plays are most crazy most of the time. Vibes. I'd like to think so. Don't move, Daniel. I think so too. I think so too. If I, like I said, if I was to sell a Todd, that's probably one of the better moves I'd make. At least you didn't like, I stacked 400 Bigfoots or something weird like that. Like you know, you got 2 golden moments. Star Wars is really gonna do well. Babs, I'm excited for that retirement. I'm long-term holding to the top. I'll see where we at in 3 years. Hell yeah. Golden moments. Do you got Daniel D? Yeah. Would never sell Todd for any golden moment. Remember hundreds of Disney drops in the future. Yeah, true. But I mean, there's going to be only one FA of R2D2 or like the first appearance stuff. So I think some people are underestimating how big how big Star Wars is. It's very huge. Huge. You're right. I think any golden moment is a retirement on its own. Yeah. New video, hot girl S tier? Question mark? Question mark? Walt's an exception, maybe R2. See, you said R2. Best Marvel Mighty to buy for cheap? Any of them? Any of them you can afford? I would focus probably more on the Spider-Man ones. Spider-Man, Ghost Spider. Probably not. I would not buy Spider-Woman or even not Catwoman. Is it? Black Cat, that one. For cheap. I don't know what you consider cheap. All right, if you have more than 150 gems, get Spider-Man. If you have 800 gems, get Ghost Spider. If you have less than 100, I would say, let's keep scrolling down here. Less than 100. Steve Rogers is getting there. Sam Wilson's not bad. God, dude, Sam Wilson just completely fell off. He was, oof. He even went lower than this. That's nuts. I'm like, dude, this dude's discounted. Sam Wilson's not terrible right now. Do not get Invisible Woman. You could pick up like a Mr. Fantastic and a Thing. Not bad. Like, I don't know if you're trying to like long-term hodl or anything. I kind of just want to avoid the Eternals, mainly because I haven't seen the show yet, or the movie, or whatever the hell. But I would say those. Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, and below 100, you could, you know, I think something like The Thing and or Mr. Fantastic. Sam Wilson, I think, is a pretty okay pick. And if you can afford a bit more, Steve Rogers also isn't bad either, because that's like the FA Captain America right here. At least like the Captain America that we're more familiar with, right? So any of those are fine. It's super speculative, but I think a case could be made for Penguin over Harley. Early reviews of the upcoming movie all seem to be unanimous about Rose Penguin being best thing in it. I would say so, mostly just because like Penguin, we haven't seen like a Penguin in what, like 25 years, 30 years or something like that. I don't know when the last movie we had when there was a Penguin in it. But like, there's just, I will admit, there's a lot of Harley the last like 15 years, and she was always, you know, interesting character, but just not compelling, I guess. It's just kind of the same thing, and it's like whatever. But yeah, I could see that, but I'd rather not hinge my investment off of a single movie release, and even then even with the most recent Spider-Man movie, it's like Spider-Man's pumped like a month prior to the movie. Then when there's 2 weeks before the movie, they just like everything dumped, or people just start selling off. So like, I think just because Penguin's going to be the next movie, we'll see a slight pump, but it's like he's not going to 2x or anything. At least I don't see it happening. In a weird way, I'm probably more bullish if there's like an ongoing series. Rather than like a singular movie, but even then, I don't know. That's just my opinion. I have Avengers logo, bought Iron Man, the Mickey hat, and partner stat. Dude, if you got partner stats, you're already retiring, so you're chilling. Off-time jive, that combined with the fact that there are 80 million Harleys already, FA tag doesn't seem to be humping in as much as it should. I see a scenario where Penguin pumps a bit short term. That said, bought Harley over Penguin, but they were both still on shelf years ago. That will take, yeah, exactly. Partners, sheesh, yeah, that's retirement money right there. Penguin's one of my favorite NFTs on the app. That's interesting, Gooseneck, interesting. Disney cards cooling off. How much more do you think they'll dump before another surge? Whatever the next announcement happens, to be quite honest. Or it could have, like, if there's not an announcement in like the next few days, like I could kind of see people just being like, all right, I'm tired of waiting, and just, I don't know. It's really hard to tell. We need an announcement, which will cause the market to dump even more temporarily. but we need something big. Like even if we do a Black Panther FA release, I don't think that's still enough. Like Black Panther's big, but it's not like, it's not X-Men, or you know, if we do like a Wolverine, or if we do Star Wars, or if we do trying to think of like another like big like DC thing. If we did like most of the Justice League, if we did like Aquaman, Flash, like if we did like a Justice League like lineup, like the ones that were missing, like Cyborg. Cyborg's another big one too. Not big one, but I mean like, you know, for Black History Month as well. I kind of forgot about him. But just in general, if we did like, if we finished the lineup of like the Justice League all in one drop, or we did like a series set, like that could be a thing that people might jump into. Who knows? I like the Flash. The Flash is by far and away my favorite DC superhero. But BJN, I don't know how long it's going to be. Like I said, it's going to mostly revolve around the next announcement. Mike Halo, can you rate the Spider-Mans by their growth potential? That'd be kind of an interesting video to do. I mean, that's... I mean, honestly, at this point, we'd be like splitting hairs. It's like... Spider-Man will have a lot. I think Spider-Man 2099 has a lot of potential just because it is... if I literally had to rank, do a tier list by their potential, Spider-Man A tier, Spider-Man 2099 is probably S tier, like potential, just because it's the first secret rare Marvel Mighty, and it's the second secret rare Spider-Man. If there's any kind of gamification, low mints, I think it's pretty good, and it's a cool one, and it's going to come out in the next movie, I believe. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, this one, I'd say A tier. This one, I don't know why, I'm just getting like a B tier potential. Like I think this could do well, but it's not gonna like do anything crazy. I don't know. I think this Zombie Hunter Spider will do really well just because it's cheap. This one's like already competing with a lot of other NFTs that are like in the 1,000 gem range, and even like other ones that like, you know, like the Common and Ben Riley will be right next to it and beyond it at a certain point. Ben Riley Ultra Rare is S tier. Ben Riley this, say high A tier, maybe S tier. Then like, I know I'm like literally just making this shit up. Like all these, the only one that I would maybe consider B tier is like this Uncommon. Everything else is like A tier. Like this has a ton of room because this looks just like the secret rare. This is the secret rare. Like it's hard to say. And then maybe the Common Spider-Man, I don't see it exploding. I mean, there's a lot of mints and it is on the loading screen, but like I said, we're like splitting hairs at this point. It's like, and if you're gonna hodl for a year, it's like, all right, do you want, you know, 2,000 gem profit or 1,800 gem profit or 1,500 gem profit? Like, or, you know, it's, the profits are gonna be so close together, like who knows? And of course, I'm just pulling numbers out of my ass, so. I hope that helped, but like, and I'm not trying to be condescending or anything like that. It's just so hard to tell, especially like, I will say that Ben Riley's do have the most, just because the low mints compared to like their counterparts, like the uncommon to uncommon, and then the ultra rare Ben Riley. I would probably compare it most to like either the common or maybe the rare, kind of, but I don't know, it's hard to say. How do you feel about Zombie Hunter Spider-Man? I think it's great. I think it's great, especially the common. The ultra rare is good too, but I think it just has a lot of competition, like in the same price point. It's like, all right, I could spend a little bit less and maybe get something better, or I could spend a little bit more and still get something better. I don't know. Tough call. I have Avengers logo. Okay, I already read that. Sorry if I'm like messing up on chat here. Thank you so much for your insights. Of course, Victor. I'm glad I could help out. Dexy, have a good VV day. Had a good VV day, my bad. Although price is still down, I snagged a SR Joe for 4. Don't ask how and scored a UR comic today. You got a Joe Mad for 450? Someone must have just mislisted it, or maybe they meant to put 1,450. I don't know. That's crazy though. Zombie Captain. I'd rather get Storm. Like already before I even type it in, like the word, like the comment, I'd rather have Storm than the Zombie Captain, and then like the ultra rare at 350. I'm trying to think of like another thing that's in that price range that would be better. I'm sure there is stuff that is better. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. But like, I'm not too bullish on like the zombie Captain Americas. I think they'll do fine. Like, again, it's not like a terrible investment, but I think there's just other better stuff, in my opinion. Kevin Hernandez really trying to flip into a golden moment. What's your opinion on what will have more future? Really depends on how many gems you have. I think the 3 NFTs that will all the golden moments are gonna pump roughly around the same time. Not like the same day, but you know, I think certain NFTs will pump extremely hard, and I think that's gonna start with Elsa, Iron Man, and Wally. And then the other ones will follow. You know, it could take a day or two for the other ones to follow because people are going to FOMO into the cheaper versions or just other versions of it. I think C3PO's up there as well, but he's already kind of doing that at his own steady pace. Like, you'll see a pump, but like nothing like Iron Man or Elsa, in my opinion. But those are really good 1,000 gem breakpoints. Like, if you have 1,500, get Wally. If you have 2,500, get Iron Man. If you have 3,500, get Elsa. That's my take. I don't think like the other like golden moments like trash or anything. I just think, my personal opinion, and it's mostly speculation, that those are just going to see the best gem for gem pumps compared to their other like counterparts and stuff, right? I would still pick Wally over Skateboard or Homer and Bart, or over and maybe over Pizza Planet Truck. Yeah, I put those two kind of close together, but like this just also just being legitimately 500 gems cheaper also helps a lot, as well as Avengers logo. Like, I'd still rather pick Wally and just use the 500 gems for something else, like legitimately Ben Reilly, because Ben Reilly's at like 520 right now, which is nuts. Or a lenticular card, which I don't think any of them are that cheap right now. I'm sure there's some black and white Batmans that fit in that role, or whatever. I do want to kind of expand. I do feel like I recommend the same stuff a lot, but it's just hard to recommend like decon stuff or recommend pretty much like anything else, to be quite honest. But I hope that helps Kevin. Like, I don't know how many gems you have working with or what you're trying to aim for or anything, so. Our retirement funds, I say hold, yeah. What are your thoughts on collectibles? Not so mainstream, like Supernova and the Spirit of Valentine. I don't even know what that is. Supernova, that's an art piece, right? That's like a 2D art. I do think some of this, like the 2D art is okay-ish. I don't think I can put a decon and it'll like show up right. If I put in like dev for like DevCon. There we go. I think that works. No, that did not work. It's because it's showing Devil Buddy. I don't know how to pull up that group again. I do think there's some merit for like the 2D art pieces, some of them, especially with Immutable X and stuff, but they're just so volatile, and honestly those are pretty recently have gotten pumped via Twitter, and every single time one of those things got pumped, it just they just go down eventually. Like, look at Givenchy. This was pumped like extremely hard not too long ago. Yeah, it's got a bit of a pull up, but it's like up to 1,500, flew immediately down to 8 grand. So like people were obviously just finding an opportunity to take profit or just pump it. Went up, down. Like it's just like hard to recommend this stuff. Me personally. Mickey and Friends is a sleeper. Yeah. High vibes. And M, thank you so much. Would you sell Mickey card set for Elsa and Iron Man? How much is that? I don't even think that's enough, right? It sucks that you didn't sell it a week ago and got like the max out of it. Personally, I would say yes. Elsa and Iron Man. I would sell my Mickey card set for Elsa and Iron Man. If the numbers matched up, which I don't think they do. I think you'd still be short, because last I saw Goofy was like 3,300, and then Pluto's like 1,100. Donald was 850. Minnie was like 550. Mickey was 720, and then Daisy was, I want to say 500 or like 550 as well. Okay, you can afford it. Maybe I was wrong. Okay. I mean, that's a lot to throw away, but I think having the set too is just great as well. I think golden moments are gonna pump first and then the lenticular cards. That's just my take. But then again, lenticular cards are cheaper. Like, there are people out there that'll be like, yeah, I can get 2 Donalds and a Mickey for an Iron Man. You know, there is that as well. Or you can also just get 5 Mickeys, like, as well. I don't know. Would you sell the sets? It just sucks. If you're in the profit, yes. If not, or if you like won some on drop, sure. Like, it's all profit at the end of the day. It just sucks that you're basically selling all of them at a low point. But I mean, so is Elsa and Iron Man. Like, they're low too. So I would say yes. I would say yes. Because it's going to be easier to buy back into the lenticular cards than Elsa and Iron Man. Like, I like to think to myself, like, a month from now, is it going to be easier to buy Elsa and Iron Man, or will it be easier to buy? And that's the thing, you also don't need the whole set, right? If you want to, go for it, but it's, you can still pick up Donald, Minnie, Mickey. Like, that's going to be easier to pick up a month from now than Elsa and Iron Man. I think those two are going to run very hard. So that's my take. C3O is a good buy. High Vibes looking to sell R2 and Iron Man and Pluto for Todd. I think that's a bit too much, George or Jorge. That's a bit much. R2 and Iron Man, oof. No, I would hold those. I think a day could come where R2 could, short term could flip Todd. It won't last very long, but there could be a short term, and like, if you wanted to make that move, I guess you could, but even then, yeah, that seems like a lot to throw at it. So Jorge, I think you answered your own question. So you already figured it out before I did. 2,000 gems, price gold moments. Gold. I would with 2,000 gems. If you cannot afford the extra 400 for Iron Man, get Wally. That's my personal opinion. So I feel like I'm just beating the whole golden moments things to death, but that's people want to buy into it. How do you feel about Adventure Time set, Plex, ass? You just play the gem squeezes. Like, I heard there is a pump group like in Adventure Time specifically for Jake the dog, but who knows, they could do it for the other ones too. It's season 1, which is like great and stuff, but it's, you pretty much need to play the pumps. Like, these things spike up so quickly and then just retrace down literally within hours. So you have to be very quick with selling it. But right now, like the entire market is bare right now. Like, I'd rather just get the stuff that you know is going to go back up and stay up, and not the speculations like this stuff. I don't know. That's just me, without like going overboard. Sorry if I didn't like really answer your question, but it's, yeah. Can you look at C3PO? Sure, we'll look at it really quick. How much time we have to keep buying like this? Until we get an announcement, Meat Angel. Like, we need some sort of announcement to happen, but who knows, like literally tomorrow, there could be some people that might just buy stuff like literally in the middle of the night. There could be a group of guys with 30K each that they're gonna throw on the app, or they've been slowly just putting money on the app, and they're like, yeah, you know what, hey, let's do this at 3 a.m. on Thursday morning, you know, or Thursday technically. Let's just buy a bunch of whatever this is. Let's buy a bunch of lenticular cards. Let's buy a bunch of that. And like between all of them, and you know, it's like 150K. Like, you can really shake up the market, or at least a small part of the market with that much gem. So that could be a thing. And it doesn't have to be, you know, a group of people or whatever, but look at C3PO really quick. He was sub 4K for like a quick second. He was at like 3,999 or something like that. So, you know, some natural retracement, but he's still holding his value very strong at 4K. See, as you can see here, like pretty much, it's not a coincidence that the second it hit 4,650, listings went up by 20, 30, by like 30 listings. So obviously people are just trying to cash out, sell their C3PO, and maybe pick up something else. I don't know what they're picking up, but most valuable Veve NFTs in 5 years: Spider-Man SR, Batman, Todd, Batman, Superman, Walt. This could change. These things could change in the future. I think so. In my personal opinion, 5 years from now, I think Walt will be the most expensive NFT on the platform. Michael Gordon, would you sell Mickey Hat and Pluto for Superman? Mickey Hat and Pluto. Probably not. Even so, I do think Mickey Hat and Pluto together might have a slightly higher upper limit, even short and medium term to Superman. And plus, I think both of those are just going to go up faster. Superman might go up faster initially, but then there'll be people selling it off because that 2.5% fee. Avoid all holiday BS. I always did. Yeah, I like Captain Carter because she's a full set on her own. Yeah, it's pretty cool. There is something to NFTs that they are their own full set, like Captain Carter and Starfire, and I think that there's a few others I'm sure I'm overlooking. Dumb Thing Science, what do you think about this move? Selling Secret Rare Deadpool? I love these questions. It's like this. Think about selling SR Deadpool, Uncommon Spider-Man FA Green Goblin, and UR DeLorean to get C-3PO to complete my Star Wars set. I'm also just trying to think of like how much potential these all have too. That's a lot. You already have an R2? That'd be sick to have them both, right? Sure, why not? I do think Deadpool has a lot of room to move, but dude, so does C-3PO. And if Golden Moments move, so will C-3PO. And now is actually not a bad entry point for C-3PO. Like he could go down to, 3.6 or something like that. Like it wouldn't surprise me if you got down to like here, right? It wouldn't surprise me. Is it likely? Probably not, but it wouldn't surprise me. So just be prepared for that. But to complete your set and getting a Star Wars, it is a lot of stuff to sell. I think Green Goblin has has a decent amount of room. Uncommon Spider-Man does, so is Deadpool. But if you're gonna make a move like that, now's the time to do it, I guess, because C-3PO could really take off. It's just hard passing up on a golden moment. And again, it'll probably be easier for you to buy back into a. It sounds like you're not married to Deadpool or anything like that. You can always buy back into Green Goblin or the DeLorean or Spider-Man way easier than C-3PO in the future. The Eternals did good in China from what I've heard, so when Veve got there, they could possibly blow up for fans? Possibly. Michael Gordon, Rich, you will regret not getting some FA Deadpools. Even with the sweater, it won't matter in the future. Yeah, I mean, you could always just get the commons and that's the other thing too, right? Like, there's no other variations of C-3PO other than this, right? There's multiple variations of Deadpool and stuff like that. I do think Deadpool is very good. Don't get me wrong, but I think for him to complete his set, have both Star Wars, that's a pretty big deal, and that's really, really cool. See, I factor in the cool factor. I don't just do raw numbers. But again, we're splitting hairs. Who knows? Maybe that set that he initially talked about goes up higher, but C-3PO just has a higher ceiling in general, like longer term. Doesn't Todd have more potential than C3 and R2? Todd may be the baddest of all the Batman company. C3, R2 are legend, but won't even be the best Star Wars, let alone Disney. They'll be the FA Star Wars, more or less, and their golden moment, so there is that as well. So they appeal to Star Wars and Disney fans because they're golden moment Disney. I think Todd will do well. I don't know. I just kind of this like weird suspicion that obviously there'll be a lot of value in Todd's just in general. Like there's always going to be people with just a shit ton of gems and just either not know what to do with it, or they're going to be jumping on the app with like, all right, I'm going to put 30K in the Switch that I get. And like, if someone said that, I'll be like, well, first get a Todd. Like I would say that for the current price. But a point could come where, I mean, you only need so many people to care about Todd, right? Like you only need, I know there's people with lots of doubles and triples or even high double digits of Todd stacked. So all you really need is 7,500 people to care about the value of Todd for it to do really well, like really, really well. But there are some people that are on the app that are like, cool, Todd is this, and this, cool. I still want C-3PO. I still want this Spider-Man, or I still want Wolverine secret rare. Like I still want that. Like, so I think a day will come will that happen. But you can't argue with like historically the importance of Todd. It's just a question of how many people will care about it, you know. But like I said, all you need is 7,500 people at least to care. The daily life of a salesman. Hello, do you think the Pilly set will be going? Is going to be a solid hodl? Thanks. I have no idea. It's going to depend on localization and a lot of other factors. I'm not very bullish on the whole localization thing and like dogpiling into an NFT that requires like government cooperation in other countries and stuff like that. And like, I don't know, like if we can't even get like, I mean, it's taken us months to get comics in our vaults and like readable. Like, I don't even want to know how far off like localization is or like other aspects. I know those are kind of two different things, but it just shows you kind of how far behind we are with stuff. And if they were saying last year, or if they were saying months ago that like, oh, we might have localization early 2022 or 2023, I should say, it's probably more like mid to late 2023 at that point. Hey man, the Flash is also my favorite DC hero. Would be sick seeing animated Flash. That would be really cool. Ralph Martinez, wonder if Dark Horse Comics would ever make NFTs for Veve. That would be dope. That would be dope. Michael Gordon, have they come down quite a bit, this latest drop? Yeah, they've gone down a bit. They did pump recently. They pumped like 24 hours, like 18 hours after the drop. They're at like decent prices right now, but I guess if you like this style and you believe in it, sure. But it's not like I would stack any of these. Not personally. I mean, this is going to be a long, like if you're buying these, it is a long-term hodl. Like if you're buying these, you're going to probably not touch these for a year. I'm holding on to a Serial 74 Captain America zombie. That's cool. I don't know if it's the common or the ultra rare. I mean, either one, it's both really cool. Sub 100 anything is really cool, especially since you got it for Marvel. If that What If series does really well, you could probably get a good price for that. I picked a Goofy today instead of Wally. I mean, Goofy's like more than double the price of Wally. Probably a more accurate thing would be like Goofy or Elsa, and I would take Elsa any day of the week. Frankie Boy 261, would you sell Pluto right now or hold? I want to get more golden moments. Goofy straight up won't get you anything. Sorry, not Goofy. Pluto straight up won't get you anything, so I don't know how many extra gems you have or what you can afford. Thoughts on Golden Moments Pizza Planet Truck? I think it's okay. I think it's actually a step behind Wally, in my opinion. But I would still put it, again, my opinion, above Homer and Bart, as well as the Avengers logo. And what's the other one? Skateboard. So it's in there. It's like number 6 out of 11 or something. My tier list tomorrow will explain everything. Ooh, a single Elsa at 2.9K. Dude, that is nuts. Dude, I might... Dude, that's very scoopable. That is absurd. How does someone put it for that low? I just want to see. It's probably gone by now, I would imagine, but... That is absurd if there is actually one at 2.9K. And I'm probably like 15 minutes late to that message, so it's long gone by now. Yeah. God, someone undercut the floor by literally 400 gems. That's crazy. But that's a good eye, my collectibles. I don't know how you're able to pick that up, but that's a good eye. Gooseneck, I think Golden Moments are overhyped. It might be my signal to sell. Maybe. Nah, I don't know about these prices, but hey, it's up to you. Like I could see the appeal of it being overhyped, but it's given enough time. It's the first series of Disney releases Golden Moments, 2 NFTs from basically each different studio that they work with, or just like licensed thing they work with. So The Simpsons, Star Wars, Pixar, trying to remember the other one. And then of course, you know, the Disney stuff. Just jumped in. Did anyone get the Luke Cage comic? I tried, but the app was stuck loading. Um, no, I didn't get one. No, I didn't get one. I even put up a, what's it called? I even put up a YouTube short just showing me fail. I was just a little too quick on it, so I missed out for the most part. Edon, dude, I'm so sorry if I keep butchering your name. Ed Sevenon, I'm so sorry. Appreciate the feedback vibes. Just bought Iron Man. 1,031 for 2.6K, riding the golden moments. Dude, that is huge. You got actually a really good mint, and that's a really good price. I would say that's an excellent mint, actually. The floor right now is like 2.4, so it's like you didn't even pay that much of a premium, like at all for it. You didn't even pay 10% extra for it. That's crazy. Paid like 7% extra or something. That's really, really good. Dude, that's sick. That's really good. I think that will serve you very, very well, given long term. Thoughts on Goofy? Any chance of it being a Holy Grail? I don't think it'll be a Grail. Honestly, if they had like Donald or Mickey there, maybe Grail status, but Goofy, he's popular, but he's just not top of the line popular in like the Disney thing. And I think that might have been on purpose. Who knows? Not entirely sure. Like, I think if they literally switched Donald and Goofy, I think Donald would be at like, I think if they switched Donald and Goofy and Donald was the secret rare, I think it would be at 4.5 right now, probably. But is it a Grail? It's a little too early to tell, but I would still put it like high A tier NFT. Like it's up there. Gem for gem, I would still go with Donald. I think the best lenticular cards to get, like gem for gem, is Donald, especially if he goes further below 850, like closer to 800, and then Mickey, and then Minnie or whatever. And it's not just because like they're cheaper or whatever. Yeah, that's my take. Pizza Planet truck, a hold boy. Yeah, it's not terrible by any means. Like if you want to rake the ones, I already did like my tier list earlier. Gosh, like I want to show you guys, but like I'm just gonna wait till the video tomorrow. We'll watch it together tomorrow, 12 hours from now. My video will be up. You guys can watch it. My tier list for the golden moments. Yeah. Let's see. Never had a shot at it. What do you think about Superman? Price is good to buy now. I would say so. I mean, it pumped 1K already. I guess you could wait a tiny bit longer to see if it goes down a bit more, but it's hard to tell. Like I said, Superman, he's gonna pump. He's gonna get back to where he was before, but it's gonna be an uphill battle. And I'm assuming too, if you're buying now, regardless, you know you're gonna be in it for the long-term hodl. So either way, I still think it's a good buy. If it's below 6K, I think it's still a good buy. I mean, it was all the way up here at one point. It's just crazy to think that like Superman actually went below 5K for a little bit. I think it's mostly just a victim of the 2.5% fee. And like Superman is that perfect price point where like if there's a new drop and you sell them, there's probably a good chance you could probably afford either the whole set if it's something like the lenticular cards, or you could buy like maybe an underpriced like secret rare, like an ultra rare, or like the lower end stuff because of it. Like Superman is just in a weird area right now. But once he gets above that 8K, if Superman hits 5 digits, like 10K, he's gone. I could just see him just flying away. Thank you for the stream vibes, of course, Jorge. Or George. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I'm just gonna call you George. Off the time and jive, one Walt or every single lumpy space princess? Dude, to be able to corner the market for lumpy space princess. What's the market cap for it? 12,603. Yeah, not much. It's not even close to Walt. I would still have a Walt. Yeah, I would still have a Walt, but yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I would still have a Walt. Lumpy Space Princess. Try so hard. I haven't really watched that much Adventure Time. I probably should though. There's so many things like I want to watch, or like I'm just so busy with like Veve and just like other stuff and like making content. It's a good problem to have, don't get me wrong, but I'd flip those 3 for Todd. If you don't have one, Todd will be at 100K before the end of the year. I told people at 200, Todd would be 5K before year's end. They all laughed and also shaking my head. Yeah. Crypt Khaki, the Todd father. Todd is the face of Veve and will run parallel in value with Veve. I could see that. Like I've said this before, Todd is the grail of grails. He's not the most expensive. He doesn't need to be, but every single time a new grail NFT is introduced, he's always gonna be compared to it. And Todd is literally the most talked about NFT on the platform, bar none. And every new whale that jumps on Veve with a bunch of gems or whatever, whether they are seeking Todd or not, like they're gonna hear about Todd, or they're gonna, you know, like I said before, there's gonna be people jumping on the platform with 20, 30, 40, 50K, 100K, and they're like, what do I buy? I'm gonna, like, the first thing I would tell them, if they have more than 20K, I would tell them, get a Todd. Like, that's the first thing I would tell them to get. So, it'll just be interesting how that plays out. But can it hold up to things like, I doubt Disney would do this, or Star Wars, but it's like if a secret rare Darth Vader came out, I don't think I'm not sure if I can hold up to that. At least in the short term. Maybe long term, when Todd becomes like literally like a historical NFT, like years and years and years from now, probably, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Can you check Harley Quinn FA? Yeah, I think we looked that one up earlier. I think she's at 690 last we checked. 700 now, so she went up 10 gems. All right, price point. To be honest, I would still buy like other NFTs instead of this. Ben Riley, I think the common Spider-Man is around this price point, maybe like 50 gems more. I'm trying to think like what else is in this price range. Some of the lenticular cards, like, even though it hasn't hit this level yet, like I think like Mickey would do well. Like the DC NFTs are going to do well. They're just going to struggle going up because, again, a 2.5% fee. And like, there are people out there that will buy Harley for 700. And the second she hits 750, people will just start posting to just relist. So like, it just seems like the DC NFTs are gonna have to work twice as hard to go up because it's just a flipper's paradise, 2.5% fee, and it's a popular IP. I could be wrong, but like, even if it does spike like Superman, it's just gonna struggle down. Like, it just seems like Disney and Marvel just run really hard because not just the 8.5% fee, but also like, I just think they're just stronger IPs in general. I don't know. I would love to get the perspective of someone like, let's see, hold on. Just saw your message, my collectibles. I'm gonna be on for a little bit longer, but yeah, if you want to hop on really quick, give me a sec. Let's see if this will work, guys. Also want to turn this down a little bit. See if we can get you on here. That went down the wrong pipe. Hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna bring on my collectibles here. He is infinitely more knowledgeable about me when it comes to comics, but definitely one. I think him and Crypto Chris are probably one of the most well-rounded, like, knowledgeable people about the app and just like the overall IPs and stuff. Like, I would say my collectibles is just very nuanced in a variety of different just like IPs, and because of his history, I'll let him explain it. Give me a sec here. Like, I understand like the graphs and charts and like what I think will do well. I know like the what and the when and all that stuff, but he like understands the why, I guess, if that makes sense. Let's give this a shot. I've been slouching in my chair. I need to stop being lazy with my posture. I think you are muted, sir. We can do camera or no camera. It doesn't matter to me if you just want to talk. It doesn't matter. If not, I think I still have your thing saved from last time, but at least according to Discord, you're still muted. Is this the right one? I think this is the right one. For now, we'll just put you up right here. I'm just gonna leave that there while he kind of figures that out. In the meantime, I'll just catch up with chat. Let's see. Oh my god, dude, I need some actual water. I saw the else in the market. It was actually $2,999. So yeah, it's still 300 under floor, 400, whatever it was. That's pretty ridiculous. What did Plex say? How do you feel about FA Joker? Yeah, right now it's absurdly undervalued. I agree. I was just reading off the drive. I think I missed your thing because the super chat, which again, Edson, you're gonna have to like tell me to pronounce that name. I know it's just like whatever. I'm probably overthinking it, but yeah, you're still muted on your thing. Let me call you again. Or I guess I have to hang this up. Let's try this again. Yeah, I think FA Joker, like I was telling people to buy it when it was, I'm like, if it's below 1.3, buy it. I'm like, 1.2 is a steal. And now it's below 1.2, I think. Right? Let's see. Try this again. Let's try this again. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Is it really? Is there really? There was one at 1K? No way. There we go. We got you.
Yo.
Cool. Awesome. So I got your picture pulled up. At least like your little thing. We don't, obviously you don't have to do video if you don't want to, but I could just have your picture pulled up and we could talk about some random stuff. So. All right. Yeah, I think FA Joker right now is absurdly undervalued. Let me check the market. Like, there's no way he's like huddling around 1K, right? If that's the case, it's gonna make me sick to my stomach. Then I'm already down. I don't know how much.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm sure they can hear you right now. Let's see. I was checking out FA Joker right now. How big of an influence do you think the FA Joker is? Like, do you think it could like really pop off? In your opinion, the Jim Lee?
Who, myself?
Yeah. Like what's your take on the Jim Lee Joker, the FA version?
I think it's awesome. I just think time will tell. I mean, we're gonna have to be patient, right?
Yeah. That's the thing.
First appearance Joker. I mean, like it's just. I mean, I've been wanting to get one for ages, and I've just been kind of like holding off because I've been looking at other stuff. I just know that one day I'm gonna like turn around and go, okay, today's the day, and he's gonna be like, you know, it's gonna be double, and I'd be like, great. You know, so it's there's just so many other things that I've been going for, like with these the big ones, right? So
let's go. I think I got your video up. Let's go. I think I got this. I just need to make some small edits, but we got you. This is awesome. Left. I think
we're in. First time.
We are in. Oh yeah. Let's go. That actually looks pretty legit.
And we had some technical difficulties last time I joined your thing there on my end. I was like, you know, I had a new microphone, and for some reason it wasn't working in Chrome. But I'm on a Mac, right? So I don't think anyone cares about the technical stuff. But Safari seems to work for me. I figured it out. So it wasn't working before.
Hell yeah. Yeah, but I mean that's you know.
Thanks for having me on, man. I've been watching all night. So
have you I appreciate you interacting with chat. Like I think your expertise just in these things are very valuable. And like I said before, like I look at the charts and I look at all kinds of stuff, but like I think you're one of the few people just because of your history of interacting with these IPs. Like you understand the why behind a lot of this. Like I'm looking at this and I kind of understand like the gist, like overall view, but you actually understand like why this is important or why is this getting slept on right now, right? Do you mind just explaining like a little bit of your history, or at least like as much as you want to divulge about what makes you so knowledgeable about some of these NFTs or just like the IPs?
Well, you're very kind. Okay. I'm learning just like everybody
Yeah,
else.
yeah.
You know, like you know, for sure. I mean, I mean, there's a lot of us in the app that have been collecting for years,
Hmm.
and you know, I've been like, you know, basically a collector since, geez, probably the early 1990s because, you know, like my age, you know, I don't want to have to go too far into it, but I graduated high school in the mid 90s. So I go back a smidge, right? But, you know, I collected sports cards all through then. And, you know, like everybody did in the early 90s. And then it got oversaturated. And then I was into comic books for sure. And I was collecting I was collecting Sports Illustrated mags with like Jordan on the cover for years and all that kind of stuff. And then I got into toy collecting in like the late 90s. First toys I ever bought actually were
Hmm.
the Simpsons toys that came out. You know, those really nice Simpsons toys.
Hmm.
And I saw them in like a Toys R Us, you know, back in the day. And I was just walking through and I was like, it looked exactly like the show. So, you know,
Hmm.
that got me super stoked. I was like, oh, I gotta have these, right? So that was the first actually toys that I actually bought as an adult, you know, to collect. And
Okay.
then I sat on them for a while, and they didn't really go up in value or anything like that. It was just cool, but that got kind of me into it. And then all through the 2000s, you know, I just started to collect more toys, and it was probably around the mid 2000s I started to get into the vintage stuff from the 80s
Hmm.
and 70s when I was a kid, and that's when I got on eBay, probably around 2008, 2009. I started to collect there, and then it just grew. And my job is graphic design, like that's what I do. And I was working at an office, and then you know, I don't want to sidetrack too much from the
Nah,
market
nah,
chat,
go
but
for it.
um, yeah, no, but like you know, I came back from a vacation. I saw this little storefront that was near my office, and it was, you know, there used to be a plant store, and they cleared out, and I was like, wow, that is a perfect tiny little shop. And so I had this dream of opening up a toy store, right? Because my collection had grown huge, and I was buying and selling on eBay like a ton. And so I decided to make it my little graphic design office. And so I got this tiny little toy store. And this was like about 2016. And I ran it for like 5 years, almost, you know, just about 5 years. And then COVID and a whole lot of stuff. And then the neighborhood I was in
Hmm.
started to kind of go down with a lot of social issues. And I kind of just was wanting to go back online again and to work from home with my design, graphic design. So I just, you know, I closed the store at the end of June. But for about 5 years, I ran like a vintage toy and comic book shop in Canada. Like I'm in Canada, and it was a ton of fun, and I learned a ton.
Hmm.
So you know, I learned a lot about comic books during that time because I collected them when I was a kid. My dad was really into them. He used to send me them all the time. And I had tons of like old issues. I wish I had some of those, you know, like those
Hmm.
Spider-Mans from like the late 80s. I don't have them, of course. They're all gone, but
Yeah.
but you know, I started to sell a lot of comic books at the shop, so I learned a lot there. So you know, you just bring it into the app and you try to do your best. And but I've
Hmm.
been learning a lot from like people like yourself, like watching like how you look at the market and a lot of the other content providers. I mean, I'm just on like everybody else, just watching everybody on YouTube
Hmm.
and just trying to learn, right? And then I see stuff and I want to share it, right? So I started the channel not really like to be a YouTuber. I just wanted to talk about Veve.
Hmm.
And I wanted, because, you know, like who else do you talk to, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's still not as many people in here. And like, it's not like the neighbor down the street from me or something is all into it.
Yeah.
But through the channel and through all the people I've met, there's a few people in my town that are on Veve that I didn't ever even knew before. And
Hmm.
they're like, hey, I've been watching your videos. Like you're in my town, and it's so funny. So we've connected. We might do a meetup or something, which might be kind of cool, you know, in the future. But it's just been a ton of fun. But I'm on all the live streams watching, right? So when I go into your chat and I'm like see people asking questions, I mean, I want to ask questions too, right?
Oh yeah.
And I was in a couple of live streams earlier today, and I have questions, you know, so I want to hear what
Mm.
people think. So it's just cool that people I think we're in a really awesome time for that. People are wanting to know what each other thinks and trying to make the right moves. And you know, so that's why I'm sitting watching your stream, you know,
Mm.
because like I love you how you're going through the market and everybody's asking questions. It brings up things that I haven't thought about. I go, oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I'm making a couple moves tonight. I'm trying to make a move. I'm trying to get Iron Man actually.
Mm.
I don't
I
mind
hope I didn't
getting that
FOMO you
kind of
into it.
thing.
I hope I
I
did.
yeah,
Did I FOMO you into
yeah,
it a
no,
little
it
bit?
was
Just a little
because
bit?
Well, not necessarily. Well, yeah, for sure, a little bit. But I think when we were looking at, when you're looking at the chart of Iron Man and Elsa, like, so I put in my Superman video I did that I sold Elsa, right? Like I had her from way back when she came out. I bought her for like 300 gems in the secondary market. I didn't get her in the drop. So I sold her, ages ago. I mean, sorry, I bought her ages ago. And, in the right at the end of the Golden Moments week. And so then I have held that one the entire time. Like I did that video, like don't sell your Golden Moments. And I stuck to that. Like I never sold anything. But then I saw Superman and I just saw a bunch of stuff happening. And I already had the Superman. I bought him, a few weeks, like 3 or 4 weeks ago. And I just saw it and I was just like, I was trying to get to the Todd actually. So I was really trying to like get up to Todd's level. And he came down to like 10.2. And I was like, okay, this is my chance for Todd. So I went after Todd, but I didn't quite get there, right? And then I was like, Superman was my secondary target. I was like, okay, if I can get another one, that'd be great. And so then I really focused. Once Todd went back up to like 11 and a half, I was like, okay, unless I want to bring in a couple thousand like cash, I didn't really want to do that. So then I grabbed the Superman, but I had to sell Elsa to do it. And I also had to sell Homer and Bart to do it, and that really hurt. Like I was like, ooh, like, but these are tough choices, right? This is tough, right? And unless you have unless you're a whale, like I say in my video, unless you have massive resources and you were here from last February and you have 17 Todds, right? It's tough. And I joined in September, so like late September, early October. So I'm playing catch up, but yeah, I sold that Elsa, and so then I'm, watching your live stream here and a couple others, how she's sort of like doing the same thing. She's kind of going along that one line there, nice and steady, and she's just gonna go up soon at some point. I don't know when. And I think Iron Man's the same. He's a bit cheaper, so I'm making a move for Iron Man tonight because I've never owned Iron Man. I've never even owned him once. And I think I was talking to another person about it it was Kobe Collects, right? I was in his live stream, just just chatting, right? Like I haven't been on his channel or anything, but I always watch his giveaway streams and stuff. And we were talking about Iron Man came up, and the thing that came up about it was that if he wasn't a golden moment, would be worth way more than he is right now. Like if he was just in my opinion, right? Because the other golden moments kind of knocked him a bit, I think, from the beginning, because we already had Marvel stuff. And I think that from the very outset, remember when they were dropping, nobody was like really freaking out about Iron Man because like Star Wars was the next day, and everyone's like Star Wars, right? And so so it kind of hurt him a bit, but he is so undervalued. So I don't own one, like, just so you know, like I've had a lot of comments about the Superman one about, oh, you own it, you're pumping it. It's like, no, I just see it, right? We're just seeing these things, and then I try to share it, right? So I don't own Iron Man, but I'm probably going to go for him pretty quick. I think tonight I'm going to try to get one if I can, but I have to sell some stuff, right? So
I kind of,
it's give take, right?
Exactly. I kind of wanted to play, and I brought this up before, I kind of wanted to play not even a quick game, but have you seen my little tier list thing for the golden moments? Have you seen that?
I haven't seen it. No, I saw you talking about your video you're gonna do, so I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on it. I was thinking about, and I think it'd be fun because I want to do more of these tier list things, and I want to put it out on Twitter, so all I have to do is click a link and it'll pull up just the tier list, and you can do it yourself. So I'd love to see like other content creators also make videos on just like, hey, here's a tier list of the golden moments. This is what I think. So I don't know whether you want to do it on stream now, or you can just like wait till tomorrow when I post it on Twitter. You can just click on the link and like make your own video or whatever. So I don't know.
Well, it's up to you, right? I mean, that would be a video I would definitely watch, and it would give me something to do tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious where you would rank these. So I don't you would have to probably watch my stream right now to see the NFTs. Do you see them on screen? I have Avengers.
I have it beside me on my iPad.
Oh, okay.
It's delayed a little bit, but I have,
yeah. So like so I'm not sure if you're familiar with like S tier, A tier, B, C, D. Like S tier, I think is like, I think I mentioned it before, in Japan and like anime, and I think it's also used in like a lot of YouTube and like Twitch. It's just kind of like online nerdy term for just meaning like it's super tier, right? It's top tier, superb, whatever it is. And these are no particular order at the bottom. It's just whatever they lined up as. I think I just put in the names of each one and just line up in alphabetical order as they are. So it just kind of ended up being that way. So S tier being like basically a grail. And I've kind of even changed like my terminology a bit where it's like S tier is like a grail. A tier is like a blue chip. Like it's a solid investment. Like you pretty much can't go wrong with it. B tier is one that's, you know, yeah, all right, might not have as much profit. I actually like removed the D tier off of my golden moments because I don't think anything's like necessarily like D tier, in my opinion. Like,
yeah,
there's still golden moments, and it doesn't mean, and they're all relative to each other, right? So it doesn't mean like a D tier golden moment is like a D tier Kripken or something like that. Like if I did like another tier list, it just means in that very small group compared to each other, right? So at least in your opinion, like where would you put the Avengers logo? If you had to put it in S, A, B, or C, in your opinion?
I probably put the logo in B myself, and I mean, this is no shade towards it, but because it's not a character, I think it's gonna like. I mean, I think that hurts it a bit long term. I think I think that completing the set with Iron Man is probably what's keeping it up there, and the fact that it's there's lower editions, right? But I have no desire to go after the logo myself. Just have no desire.
Yeah.
I'd rather get Iron Man, right? You know, because it's Iron Man, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I put it in a B. I mean, I think it's great. I mean, it's valuable. Like we're talking when, like you said. I mean, we were talking hot, rarefied air here, right? This isn't like knocking in them. This is just
Yeah, and I think that's what's fun because like my list is gonna be different than your list versus someone else's list versus, you know, like, and I think that's gonna be the fun part because some people might put Homer and Bart in like high A tier. They're like, how you know, Homer and Bart's great, like, but that's kind of the fun part. Everyone has different opinions, right? So what about C3PO? Where would you put C3PO?
I put him up at the S tier.
S tier? Okay.
Right at the top.
Yeah,
100%. But look at my shirt, right? Look at my poster. Like I'm you know,
big time Star Wars. Okay.
But even more than that.
Yeah,
but
okay.
even more than that. I just think C3PO is you know, I think the Star Wars set and Golden Moments, you can put both of them at the top. I mean, they're
we'll see
what
R2
happens if they release Vader and Boba Fett, you know. So,
yeah. So you said put R2 up there as well, then, right? Obviously. I feel like if C3PO's up there, R2 should be as well. Yeah. All right. What about Elsa?
Yeah, big time. Yeah, I'd put her up there as well.
Okay. Would you put her right in the S? And I also try to rank her from left to right too. Like I know that adds another layer of kind of complexity. So probably on the left.
Behind R2. Yeah, I'd put her like behind R2, but ahead of C3PO.
Okay.
I mean,
so you've yeah, you're not blindly faithful or like a fanatic to C3PO, but you realize like Elsa has enough potential to maybe, you know, be the same price or overtake C3PO a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think so because of her importance, right? I think, like you said, when you show your chart, she's just right there, right?
Yeah.
And she's just like, she hasn't come down, like she hasn't kept coming down. I'm going to be getting her back as soon as I can.
Yeah. So what about the
I have C3PO, right? Like I have R2. So
that's awesome. Yeah, you got the set. So what about the Mickey hat?
The Mickey hat I would put actually in, this is just me, I would put it down probably in the A.
Okay. Yeah. A tier.
And I own one. So yeah, I own one. So I would put it, previously a few months ago, I mean, you'd probably put that one above everyone else except for the partners, right?
Exactly, right. I had that at number 2.
Yeah, me too, right? Like I was lucky to get that one on the drop, right?
Oof, that's solid.
And I have a 3-digit. I have like a 640
hell yeah.
3, I think is my edition number. So I was, you know, over the moon when I got that one, and I still am. I've contemplated selling it from time to time. You know, when I was chasing the Superman and also the idea of the Todd. The reason I put it just a little bit below is because we have like some really amazing Mickeys now,
Yep.
And I think the partner has gone so far ahead that I can't really put it up there, because you're going to ask about the partners and it's going to go right up there in the S, of course, right? So I can't put the hat with the partner, you know?
Yeah. So what if yeah, exactly. Yeah, like this is all opinion speculative. Like that's the whole point of tier list, is that it's meant to be just kind of fun and opinionated. Like, I mean, you could base it in logic, but like we don't know what's going to happen 2 weeks from now, 2 years from now, at the end of the day. But like, what if the because you know the Steamboat Willie set is part of a Mickey series. So what if the next set, or say the next series, could be like a Fantasia? Do you think that would pump up the Mickey hat a bit, or would just be like a temporary thing and people would probably just like sell off and take profit if they release like a Mickey Fantasia thing?
Oh yeah. If they do a Fantasia thing, that just makes the hat more prominent, because I think when I'm thinking about it, you know, with Mickey's hat, right? And like I said, I own one and I want it to go to 50,000. Okay, let's just say it.
And it might one day. Yeah, it might one day.
I want to do a video tomorrow saying Mickey's hat's going to go to 10K in 2 days from now, and then have it come true. But I'm not going to, because I don't believe that, right?
Yeah.
But you know, if they come out with a Fantasia sort of thing with Mickey, then yeah, the hat's going to get some more attention again. But I think, you know, I think it will have its time. It will climb big time again. It's just you know, we have the cards and we have Steamboat, and there's so much attention on the partner statue that, you know, the hat is sort of sitting there, right? And the good news is that it's just sitting there and it's not going down anymore. It's just sitting at a nice level.
Yeah.
You know, it's got a lot of power to it. But you know, people aren't going for the hat yet. And I know, because I actually attempted to sell it a couple times on my Superman, and I didn't attempt hard to sell it. Like, I had it above the floor because of my 3-digit, you know, and I put it up for sale a couple times, and then I took it down maybe an hour later or half an hour later, because I just kind of like was like, oh, I don't want to sell it, right?
Yeah.
I don't have it in the S tier at the moment. That might change though. Like, that could change, right? If you were to update this thing in like a month from now, it'd be interesting to see where we place them, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna answer two quick questions in chat. We'll jump back. M. Johnson, brother Robin 76 is a good pickup right now. I've always compared it to Darwin Cook Batman. It's cheaper, and I think the new Batman series, as far as I know, or like the movie's gonna is based more on like a Darwin Cook Batman story. Plus, it's the cheapest Batman on the platform. So, in my personal opinion, even though it's not an FA like the Robin, and even then, like, this Robin is like the son of Batman. I'm not sure how much some people. I'm sure there's some people that care about it, but I think Darwin Cook is gonna do better. Like the two like charts for the Robin and like the Darwin Cook are like almost identical, but I just saw more activity with Batman on either side of that like big candle, which I like a bit more compared to Robin.
Yeah.
And Jay Lee before the dump, I can look that one up really quick. But I believe the next one that we were gonna look at, so 490 for Jay Lee. I know you wanted to know what like its all-time high was before the dump, which is
that's a cool one. I like that one a lot.
I do like Jay Lee too. So all-time high was 1300. This thing is this thing is approaching, I mean, according to its all-time high. I do think that's very temporary. I think it's probably somewhere closer to like 950, 900. That spike just doesn't seem realistic to like reach that again anytime soon. So all right, so what about Homer and Bart? What do you think? I switch back to the tier list.
You know, it's funny because ever since I sold Homer and Bart, you know, I feel like I have this gap, you know, in my collection, because any time now, I don't know when, maybe a month, maybe 3 months, whatever, you know, they're gonna come out with a Homer or a Simpsons series. They're gonna come out with a couple of them, probably 4 of them, like they did the Cover Girls. And they're gonna have characters from the town, and they're not gonna look any different than they do from the show, because you can't. It's not like, you know how we have 3 different Supergirls and they all look different. They're gonna have they're just gonna look like the Simpsons, and and if I don't have Homer and Bart at that moment, I'm gonna probably like, really, really be upset with myself. So,
Yeah.
people might not agree with this, but I put them up in the S tier. I really do, because I think
Okay.
that series has been going on for yeah, I think that series is going on for 35 years.
Wow.
It's never ending.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the price of it is around 2,000. Like I think I think he's 1,900 right now.
Yeah.
And I know because I've been staring at him since I sold it, right?
Yeah.
And and you gotta remember, he's the first golden moment. I know we don't really. I mean, people say stuff like that. Oh, it's the first statue, like the Killer Croc and Batman, and I said it too. I mean, we know because we were here how much that's going to play into it in a year from now when people are new and they weren't here and they don't know. I don't know, unless it actually says right on it, the first golden moment, and it doesn't. I don't think, right? So, but I put it up there because the hugeness of The Simpsons, and the only reason it's not like even higher for me is because they haven't released anything to follow up. When they do, which you obviously they're going to. I mean, why wouldn't they? I think he's going to be just massive, right? And so I need to get him back like ASAP while he's under 2,000.
Yeah. Interesting. Is it?
This is just how my mind works.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say I'm sensing a little.
Happens to me.
Yeah, I'm sensing a little bit of bias because Simpsons was you said that was like the first statue, like the first collectible you got as an adult, right? Like, so maybe a little bit.
The funny thing is about that though, is yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was it. I know there might be a little bit of a delay if you're like listening through the stream versus Discord or whatever, which is fine. So.
Yeah, no, I'm going through Discord, so
okay.
But
Cool.
I do know that there might be a bit of a lag, but yeah, no. Even though those are the first toys I bought as an adult, like collector in a way, I actually am not like the biggest Simpsons fan. Like I'm not watching the shows all the time, and I mean I'm fully aware of the show. I've watched it a ton, but I don't know, like how some people can do Simpsons trivia. Like I'm not that guy, but I just know that people are like that, and the fact that it's been going on for so long and it just doesn't end. And the show kind of, you've seen those YouTube videos about how the show predicts the future.
Yeah,
it's hilarious, right? There's like all these moments in there. But anyway, I just, I put it up there. I really do. I've always thought that it's been up there. And I don't mind that it's only 2,000 right now. For me, sometimes the price right now doesn't really reflect like how important it is, because it will have its day, like and I don't put all the golden moments like at the same level. I'm not saying that like the pizza truck is going to be like, oh, it's going to have its day and go to 10K, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's going to find out about the pizza truck. Like I don't believe that. But Homer and Bart, I believe it for them.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I like that sentiment. And like I remember watching a ton of Simpsons. I think some of the episodes I remember I think the most famous one that a lot of people remember, or at least they watched a lot, was I think when Bart, or was it Homer, jumped like the gorge in Springfield. Like there was one of the earlier episodes, he takes a skateboard, he like jumps the whole gorge. And there was another episode too where I think he's drinking a bottle of vodka and eating mayonnaise like at the same time. And someone's like, Homer, like, what are you doing? Like, you shouldn't be doing that. He's like, oh, that's a problem for future Homer. Like, I'm not going to worry about it now. Like, that's a problem for future Homer to like deal with, like the whole vodka and mayonnaise. I was just like, that is, yeah. But that's the one thing I've always liked about The Simpsons is like, as much as like a bumbling fool and idiot like Homer is, like the one thing that's always been the same is like, he's always cared about his family. He's always wanted to do what's best for them, even though he's failed a lot and tried different things and stuff. Like, that's always been kind of like I feel like the centerpiece around like the whole Simpsons show. Like no matter how much he makes a fool of himself or messes up, like he cares about his family. So we'll end that on a good note. So Iron Man, what do you think?
I put him I'll put him in the A category here, just because the way I look at the golden moments is they are kind of like, and I don't mean this positionally in the app, like in where they show up, but they're the top of each category that Disney has, of course. So I look at them as entry ones to tell us like what's coming. And since we already have a bunch of Marvel, Iron Man, doesn't get as much high level as he needs to in that regard. I think the value of him is going to go up like tremendously pretty soon here. And but I don't put him as like the same level as like say a Spider-Man, right? So in the Marvel universe. So I'll put him in that secondary level, which is totally fine. The reason I have the other guys above it is because they are like basically for me unlocking a whole series of collectibles we don't even have yet.
Yeah.
You know, that's why they're at the top. You know,
Gotcha.
that's the way I'm thinking. Like with Elsa, all the princesses, and people can laugh about that, and they can say, "Oh, I've seen comments about, oh, Disney's for girls or for kids." Like, I've learned being in this app since I've been in this app that Disney is like an absolute monster.
Yeah.
And you cannot like you can't pretend that Disney is for kids or for girls or something.
Yeah.
It is like it is powerful. And somebody is actually really funny because it was a I've been in all the streams. I just like to like watch them and then chat. Like,
Yeah.
I do have a life, but today had some free time.
Oh yeah.
So,
yeah. That's why I had you on. I had some free time
here
too.
I
So
was
it's
on,
like,
yeah. So I was in like another stream today. It was Rob's stream, right? And anyway, somebody talked about Disney being like that. It was like kind of for girls or whatever, and you know, Marvel's way bigger. And then someone had a great comment. They're like, "There's a reason why Disney owns Marvel, and not the other way around, right?"
Yeah.
So you know, like it's at the top, right? So she's like a gateway to all of the other princesses, right? And I think Homer and them is a gateway to all of the Simpsons universe, which is massive. Same with Star Wars, right? Whereas Iron Man, I don't find him as the gateway to Marvel because they already have a bunch of Marvel that is above him. So I don't put him in the S category, but he's definitely a must.
Yeah.
He's a must have.
I agree. And
I
even
need Iron Man.
Yeah, even though already our lists are similar but also very different, like compared to mine, you'll see tomorrow. Like I think Iron Man and Mickey Hat kind of rely on some catalysts within the app to give them like additional value, because I think there is some value in being like, you know, there's the FA hat, but like we need Fantasia to make it like really stand out as an FA, right? Because if there's more than one, I think that gives same thing with Iron Man. Like if they do come out with a blind box series, the common, a rare, and ultra rare, and like the whole, you know, secret rare set thing, I think the original Iron Man would go up in price because of that. Like I think maybe the secret rare might go for more than like the golden moment, you know, maybe it depends on how cool they look, the mint numbers and all that stuff. But I do think some of these ones in the A tier, and I agree, like they rely on some sort of like in-app catalyst or like more of them to give them additional value. Like R2, C3PO, and Elsa like don't need that. Like I don't think they need that at all to like give them additional value. I think people understand the value. It's even same thing with Homer and Bart. Like if they never come out with anything, I think that's still very solid. If they do, like that'd be awesome as well. But at least that's my take on it.
For sure.
All right, what about the Pizza Planet truck? You've been saying nothing but nice things about this. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's super cool. I just put it next to the Avengers logo.
Okay.
To me, it's the same thing.
Yep.
So B.
B?
Yeah.
All right. What about the skateboard?
Just that's how I see it. That's
yeah. What about
thing? I put them
B?
all right there together.
All of them, including Wally? You put our boy Wally there too?
Oh no, not
Ah,
Wally.
okay.
No, I was just talking about the skateboard.
All right.
I love those. Like I love those. So Wally. Wally, I would probably, you know, man, he gets disrespected so much. It's so funny. Wally gets disrespected.
Yep.
You know, I mean, just think about how big Pixar is, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, if that was Woody, I mean, he would be up there with the A's, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So when I look at Wally, so let's think about this, right? So we go, okay, are we judging Wally or are we judging Pixar, right?
Yep.
And is it just Wally that we're judging? Because Wally's pretty cool, pretty notable. But that Pixar, like I said, when I was breaking down golden moments, you know, we don't have the Pixar, you know, tab in the app, right? And he would be in there with the rest of whoever's coming, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm really borderline with between A and B, A and S, right?
Really?
On this one. I have him up pretty high, I think. because of the fact that he's a bit of a gateway. I'll probably stick him down with the A's though. I don't think.
Okay. Where would you put him though?
And it's really funny because I have Iron Man and the hat there, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, people might think I'm crazy to have Wally with anywhere near the hat.
Yeah.
I'll put him at the end of those three.
Okay.
He's at the end of those three.
Gotcha.
Like at the other, yeah, the right hand side there,
Yeah.
or whatever's the furthest.
Yeah, it's like left to right. So it's top to bottom, left to right, kind of like you're reading. And then Walt C tier. All right, we'll move on. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, Walt, I mean, just forget it. You know, it's totally overblown.
Yeah, it's everything. I think an interesting question. I think everyone knows Walt's going to be S tier. I kind of want to entertain this question because I genuinely believe this. I guess I probably should have said that to kind of like influence your opinion. But do you think Walt could potentially be, at least like floor price, the most expensive NFT on the platform, given enough time? Or do you think though, with currently on the app, because we don't know what's going to happen, right? Anything could happen with certain drops and stuff. But
yeah,
what do you think about Walt?
Yeah.
Or at least that statement?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue, right? Because it's just, you know, people who are holding Walt are not going to give Walt up. You're not going to just like dump him. You know, like if Boba Fett comes to the app, that would be massive, right? But are people going to sell Walt for Boba Fett? I mean, some people might, I wouldn't. And I'm a massive Star Wars fan. Like I own massive amounts of Boba Fett memorabilia and vintage toys, and they're worth a ton in the real world, right? And but if he came to the app tomorrow and I had a partner statue, like I wouldn't sell it for him. I'd try to acquire it some other way, right? And I'm nowhere near a partner statue. Like the closest I got was drop day, okay? And then I remember we had the decon stuff right after that, right? And they were closing the market all the time, which was like killing me, right? Because it was on Saturday, right? And then he dropped. I didn't get him. I got Mickey's hat the day before, so I was like over the moon. And I thought, oh, I have a chance to get this one. I didn't get it. And then, of course, you know, the decon stuff came out on Sunday, shut down the market. And I was like, oh, okay, great. I didn't get any decon stuff. Back in the day when we used to get drops, I got none of the decons. Like the entire week, got nothing.
I don't think I got any of the decons either.
For the market to open.
Yeah,
I got none. And so I was like waiting for the market to open so I could see where Walt was, right? And of course, I picked up Elsa during that week, and I picked up Homer and Bart on the secondary, and I picked up Wally on the secondary, right? And so, but I didn't, you know, but the partner statue came out, and it was like 2,000 right out of the gate. And we didn't really know, right? Like none of us, like some people may have known, but we were like, wow, that's expensive, right? And so I waited, they closed the market. And then literally like the next day, the decon stuff hit. And then at the end of that day, it opened up for a little bit and it was at 3,100. Now remember, I remember this vividly, okay? There's not, I don't remember every drop, okay? I'm not Rain Man about it, but I remember this one, right? So it was 3,100. That was the lowest. And I was saying to my wife, whoa, maybe we should try to get one, right? Because it was going up. And of course, they were all going up. And then I was like, ooh, that's a bit too rich for my blood. So then I let it go. And then I thought about it. The market closed again on Monday or Tuesday again for like a whole day. And I don't know about you, but it was killing me. And then it opened up and it was like 5,000. And I was like, oh, it's gone.
Yeah.
But little did I know that was like piddles, right? So that was the closest I ever got to the partner statue, right? So I don't regret it or anything. I don't think I was prepared at that time in my early stages of the app to drop 5,000 on Walt. Like it was a bit too early for me. You know, I didn't know enough how far Veve would go. I don't even think at that point I even had made a video yet. So
yeah.
Now I'm fully in, right?
Yeah, I know Veve and 3 pulled the trigger on a Walt. I think he got it for sub 3,000 gems. So he must have snagged it really early after the market when it opened or something. But that's a really good buy.
It's like
on
2,000 or something.
Yeah, I think it's like 2.3 or something like that. But I like your list. I think some people agree, some people disagree, which I think is interesting. Part of me kind of wants to reset it And if you want, I kind of want to like ask chat, and we'll be quick about it. Actually, there's a poll you can do in chat.
Yeah.
So,
Totally.
I'm trying to remember, like,
I love this. This is super cool. I love how you're doing this.
Yeah. Let's see. S-A-B. ExecuSpeak. Oh my gosh, $20. Thank you so much for the super chat. Just wanted to say I love the collabs with other creators on stream, along with your tech analysis. Big ups to My Collectibles. You both have amazing content. Dude, thank you so much. That honestly means a lot.
Thanks.
And I love having the I love having content creators on just in general, because like they just give really interesting insight. Plus I could just focus on other things while they just talk, or at least like pay attention to chat, or like you know, they're kind of ones like creating the content, right? So really quick, I'm gonna go through this. You guys are gonna vote on a poll, but again, thank you so much, ExecuSpeak, for the $20. I'm gonna ask the community as we're going along. I'm gonna try and keep up while I can. I've never done a poll thing on here, but it says we can do it. Did it do it? It says ask your community. There it is. So Avengers logo, where do you guys think it should go? S tier, A, B, or C? And I'm gonna just go through each of these and kind of let everyone go through it. I really hope you guys can see it. If we open this, okay, we got one for B. You guys should be able to see it on the screen when you guys vote. So, because so far we only have 2 votes, 9 votes. We'll give each one like a minute. We'll give each one a minute, and we'll see what everyone thinks. In the meantime, so, well, while they're doing that, do you have any speculation, or do you have any NFTs that you would like to see this month, whether it involves Black History Month or not, or you know, whatever it is? Are there any NFTs or speculation or anything you think is going to happen before the end of the month?
Yeah, I think we're going to see Miles Morales for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's February the 8th, and it's a long month. I think for sure we're going to see him as a figure. I don't know if it's going to be a Marvel Mighty or a premium, but I really think we're going to see him. And I just, you know, I mean, obviously they could not bring him or whatever, but I just think it's too simple. I mean, it's, you know, he's got his movie coming up, and we only have like the one comic book, and you know, it's Spider-Man. I mean, they've been pumping Spider-Man stuff in our faces for like the longest time, and they've been gobbled up, like pretty much, right? So I think for sure we're gonna get him. And yeah, if they do it like, so if they do like another Marvel Mighty, that's gonna be cool. But if they do like an actual figure, like an Invisible Woman style figure, that's gonna go off. Like that's gonna be great. So we'll see what happens. You know, that's, you know, other than that, I mean, I've seen the comic books they've dropped the last few days, and they're all right. You know, there's nothing wrong with them. They're pretty cool. Nothing major. I don't own any of them. I broke my big drop out with you know, the Captain America comic with Falcon. Broke that drought. that was like a, you know, 0 for 15 streak or something, so that was cool. But I'm back in my droughting ways again. I think I have to get a new phone or something. I'm just not getting it on the phone. I got one on the iPad because, you know, but I didn't get one on the phone, so which is my iPad's older, so go figure. I have no clue what's going on, but yeah, that's what I would think. I mean, I also think people have been hinting at golden moments too, type thing. Then I've even heard like silver moments. You might have said that actually. On the last time I was with you. I think someone said silver moments possible, like a
yeah, someone mentioned possibly silver moments, and I think weirdly enough, I think silver moments would actually increase the value of the golden moments even more if there was, instead of a golden moments 2.0.
Yeah.
I think so, because it's like not only are they the FA, it's also like the golden version of whatever these secondary versions are. But like, wow, C3PO's a neck and neck between S and A tier. We have 21 votes, so it's 52% A, 48% S. So I'm gonna let this run for like another minute. I'm just kind of curious to see where this lands as people are trying to figure this thing out.
This is awesome.
Yeah. So people put
fun.
Yeah. So people put the Avengers logo at B tier, and I thought about just like opening it up to chat, be like, hey, where should this be? And it would just be like CCABB, and I'd be like, it would be too much to count. So I'm like, I'd rather just do this like little thing here. So right now S tier is out edging it by a little bit. for the most part. So I'm sure we're gonna see a I'm sure we're going to see a Black Panther FA, at the very least a comic. I would love to actually see a 3D collectible of him. But some of the other characters I brought up, and I'm not sure how early you jumped on the stream, but I would love to see like Bishop from X-Men. Like there's Spawn, there's Blade. Sure. I brought up Cyborg too, like Cyborg from DC as well. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a few others, but you know, Miles Morales, of course. I think that's another huge one. So yeah, like there's quite a few different ones they could pick from. And I'm sure there's some other niche ones that either I've heard of or I'm just not remembering off the top of my head. Wow, like C3 feels like neck and neck right now with S and A tier. I'm gonna wait like 30 more seconds and whichever one
see where he goes.
Yeah, they're both stuck at 48. One person voted C, I think just for memes. So
yeah, we'll see. Oh, just to troll it out.
Yeah, I guess so.
Troll vote.
Yeah. Well, it's not.
No offense. No.
Oh yeah.
Voted C.
Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna have to end it just because.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. Like, if they did Black Panther, I mean, yeah, Bishop's a really cool character for sure.
Mm-hmm. If they put him alongside, I mean, if they put it alongside Cable, that would be cool. If they did both like Bishop and Cable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, yeah, that would be great. I mean, we need more mutants, right? So bring them in. You know, we need more X-Men, right? Like,
I would love more. I'm a huge X-Men fan. I love Wolverine. I love Nightcrawler. I love all the good guys. Love all the bad guys. Like, I would love like some of the more like unique X-Men. I think not a lot of people know of is like. People like Omega Red would be super interesting. Like I would love to see them do a hero and a villain thing. And I think I brought that up before where they match up a hero and a villain and kind of like their counterpart. But Wolverine has so many villains or so many Wolverine has so many rivals. It's kind of hard to keep up with. It's like him and Sabretooth, but he also fights Wolverine a lot. And then also Omega Red and then Lady Deathstrike. And like he fights a lot of people like on a pretty regular basis. So I think there's a lot of people gunning for Wolverine in general.
Oh yeah. Well, just go to the Marvel Strike Force mobile game and you'll see all of the characters
that don't like him. Yeah.
They got them all in there. You can go through if you can download that video game. I used to play it on my phone, but I couldn't play 2 mobile games and do Veve at the same time. So yeah, they have like Bishop in there and they have all of them, and it's awesome because like you get to play with them a little bit, but you also get to find out about them, if you weren't into the comics. So I mean, yeah, they're just fantastic like characters, right? Some of them look great. I mean, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, that's the cool part about Veve, right?
Yeah.
You just don't know what's going to come up next. And that's the fun part because you're sitting there, do you have a stash of gems waiting for whatever's going to come? Or do you sell as soon as you get the announcement? Do you panic, sell it out? So I've been guilty many times of having my gem count down to like 10. We're like, I can get a comic book if it comes. And I hope, okay, we're gonna get some comics this week, so I have enough for the drop, and then, but yeah, like just because there's so many other good things to get, right? So yeah, I'm trying to do better and actually have like a couple hundred in there just in case a figure comes out, and maybe I could like pick one up like as soon as the market opens, depending on what they're gonna do. But yeah, I mean. People have talked about Star Wars coming at the end of this month because of Boba Fett's show. I don't think that's going to happen yet. I think they'll do that in May. I mean, May the 4th and all that. But hey, they could. We could get an announcement tomorrow that we're getting, Boba Fett. I mean, like, the new version, right? Like from the show right now. I mean, if that happens, I mean, just like lock the doors, right? Because it's going to be. That would be massive, right? So it's gonna happen someday. Like we're gonna get Star Wars someday. We're gonna probably get I think just we're gonna get Miles Morales, and yeah, of course I think Black Panther will come. So it'll either be his first appearance comic, like the actual first appearance comic, which is really a beautiful comic, right? Or some sort of figure. I'm actually hoping for a figure myself. I'd love to see the Black Panther in like premium. That would just be so cool. And like if he's animated and he kind of gets all electrified or whatever, that would be rad. And same with Miles Morales. Like he's got that electrocution sort of thing going on, and the invisibility thing. So, I mean, oh, it's so exciting, right? We'll see what happens. How's the poll?
It's going pretty well. So it seems like Sorcerer's Hat was really close, but it seems like the majority say S tier. But to Sorcerer's Hat, it was basically neck and neck, 3% difference between S and A tier. So far we've C-3PO, Elsa, and Hat as S tier, and then we have Avengers logo at B tier. So this next one, Homer and Bart. This is where you're gonna make some friends or enemies with my collectibles today, guys. You're a friend or foe.
The hat, though. Thank you, because I own the hat. Let's pump the hat tonight, everybody. Everybody delist.
Everyone delist. Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm not trying to pump it. I'm not asking people to buy it. Just everyone just did delist, please. That's all I'm doing. I really like your idea of Marvel versus series, Captain America versus Red Skull, Hulk versus Abomination, etc. Yeah, I think so. Especially when it's like it's just very clear, right? With some of the villains and stuff. It's probably a bit more clear with something like Star Wars. I think I mentioned it before. I did like Luke and Vader, and then Anakin and Dooku, and then like basically there's always a matchup between a Sith and a Jedi, right? That one of them dies, one kills the other. At least like in the movie series. So there's that. But someone also thought too it'd be awesome to have if they were to do like stormtroopers, but they have like 100,000 mints, because it's like there's not a lot of people that want one stormtrooper. I mean, if you need to have a platoon, right? You need to have those, and then you also need to have them on the
fun.
Yeah, also the ones on like if they just did like a stormtrooper like blind box, like you just had like the normal one, then you have the one that's on like the speeder that's like an Endor, like flying around like between the big trees. You can have one like on like the it's like the scout stormtrooper that's like on the speeder. Yeah. And then there's the there's quite actually a bit of a variety.
There's tons
between the stormtroopers. They could
tons of variations.
What do you guys think will be the big drop for this month?
I'm in
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Well, I'm in the 501st for costuming, right? So,
so
I have the full stormtrooper. That's what this shirt is. It's the 501st. So before COVID, we were trooping around, and I have a full stormtrooper, like movie level, and then I have a snow trooper because you can sit down in it.
Oh yeah.
So I'm as big of a Star Wars geek as you can get.
Yeah. There's a guy I used to play, really cool guy. I need to link up with him again. We used to play Dungeons and Dragons a while back, but then COVID hit and our group kind of broke up. But yeah, he's a big time nerd. I need to get him on VV, because like the dude, he likes to go out like shooting and stuff, so he obviously does stuff outdoors too, but he also he dresses up. I think he like cosplays as like stormtroopers occasionally. He has like a whole room dedicated to just like arcade games and just like more retro style, like arcadey type stuff. He has like air hockey and then like the pinball machines and different arcade machines. It's super, super cool. And like even some of the sit down like racing game, he really likes all that retro stuff. And I'm sure he has a room or has a bunch of collectibles as well to go with it. So I need to kind of go with that.
Well, the Taps channel, right? Taps Trades, I think. He said he's a big cosplayer. He's got that giant sword behind him.
Oh yeah, the Buster sword or whatever it's called, I believe.
That huge, like, yeah. So, you're in it, right? You might go all the way.
Yeah. Giorgio asks, what do you guys think will be the big drop for this month? Yeah, I think it's, who knows? I think it's all but a guarantee Black Panther. It's hard to imagine that they're not going to at least do the FA comic version, but I think a lot of people are hoping for like the 3D collectible version to come out. Chad is trolling and just making middle fingers with polls. LMAO. Hey, if that's if that's what they want to do, I don't think so though. They're just doing. I think they're pretty much on point. It seems like an overwhelming majority of people put Homer and Bart as well as Iron Man in A tier. So we're pretty much a little bit more than halfway done. We're gonna do the Pizza Planet truck. We're gonna see if people understand the Easter egg that is the Pizza Planet truck. So let's do a pizza truck.
Get some respect for the pizza truck.
Let's go. I didn't even know that was a thing, to be honest. I could have sworn I heard that like in a YouTube video or something like that, but like that's why I think it's kind of getting, you know, the Wally, or more importantly, like the Pizza Planet truck and stuff. Like it's, even though not your everyday person is on it, but like all you need is the right community or the right amount of people on the app that understand that, you know, if we get, I know I'm kind of like backtracking and kind of just scatterbrained here, but did you ever watch the interview that Randy Chavez had with like two of his friends that used to work at Disneyland? It's like,
no, I never saw that one.
It's like a 3-hour.
Yeah, is the pirate? You're talking about the NFT Pirates video or no? Not that Disney one.
No, that was the one with like Veve Magic, and she gave a ton of great insight too. But like,
yeah.
One with, I'll send you the link to it like via Twitter or something like that when I find it. And you can like play in the background. But it gives you a lot of great insight on like how just Disney operates from day to day. How does their average consumer operate? Just like the amount of money that they have and just how much they take care of like the people that visit the park and just all kinds of stuff. It's really crazy. And just how much money go, and they even kind of describe like which toys and like which IPs and like which of the stuff are people buying, and also what areas of Disneyland are like Disney expanding on, like which IPs are they expanding on to obviously invest more money into and stuff. So it's really interesting. And there was a girl on there who worked at Disneyland, or I think two different, like a Disneyland and Disney World for like 7 years total. And she said she collects a bunch of Disney stuff as well, and she has a bunch of pins and all this. And she said that she was in a Discord with like Disney collectors, people probably from small things all the way up to, you know, whales, I would assume. There's like a Discord with like 100,000 people. Yeah. And she said like she typed in the words NFT and Veve, and she's like nowhere to be found in Discord. Like it's a search term to like look through all of like, you know, all of the chat messages and stuff, and like it was nowhere to be found. So like there's entire communities of people, hundreds of, you know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Disney collectors that just have no idea about NFTs, let alone Veve. But when that does happen 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, some of these will really blow up. And I think they will target the ones that they're most familiar with, you know, Wally, Pizza Planet truck, Elsa, Mickey hat, that kind of, I think they're going to go for the more Disney direct stuff. And then obviously, I mean, Star Wars too, right? I think there's a lot of people that are Disney and Star Wars fans, or Homer, you know, Homer and Bart and Simpsons and stuff. So it's like, I think there's going to be some crossover there too. But I think initially they're going to target, I think, the ones that they're more familiar with as well. So, okay, I think this one is done. Pizza Planet truck getting put in B tier, no respect. At least you guys didn't put it in C tier. That's nice of you guys. At least you guys didn't put it down there. I think I know where this one is going. I probably only need to put this poll up for 30 seconds, but we're doing R2D2.
The partner statue? No.
Yeah, that too. I don't think I need to put one. I feel like people are just going to put C tier for partners just to troll, but we'll see. Are there any? Yeah,
we'll see.
Are there any?
No, you know what's interesting about Disney, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, you know, like, so there's a place nearby where I live, and it has like all these antique shops, and it's kind of like a sort of an outside market sort of thing with these old school antique stores that have been there forever. And you know, there's this one particular one. It's called Red Door Treasures, and it's a really great place to find all sorts of stuff. And you know, these kind of places are all over they're all over, right? You know, and they have like an entire, you know, Disney display inside there. And you know, I mean, and every time I walked past it, even though I wasn't collecting Disney toys at all, because you know, I just wasn't, I'd always just stand there and sort of look at it, right? Like these old Mickey Mouses and stuff. And there's always just something about it, right? And so, you know, I think it's really great that what Veve's doing with, like, say, so you know how people have talked about there's a lot of Spider-Mans in the app, for example, and now we have a few Mickeys in the app. Well, you have to think about, like, in a year from now, when these people who now just discover Veve come in, and you know, the partner statue is going to be like long gone.
Yeah.
You know, and whatever else, right? It's going to be long gone. But it's important for them to have something to buy, something to collect, to have a Mickey or to have a Spider-Man. Like the Mighty Mugs Spider-Man, people go, oh yeah, it's cool. But like, that's a Spider-Man that people can get in a year from now and actually have a Spider-Man, you know, as opposed to like going after, you know, secret rare FA. I mean, like, they're just not going to get it, right? And the common could be 3,000 by then, right? So, Vivi's smart how they're like building up these main characters. You notice they're not giving us like 5 storms, right? Not giving us like, multiples of certain characters. They're giving us multiples of the characters that people will buy. So we have more than one Mickey, so we have more than one Spider-Man. We have tons of Batman. The only one that's really shocking to me is we only have the one Superman, right? That one's the one that's like, okay, is there something going on? Like, are they not allowed to give us another Superman? Somebody wrote they commented something about they heard a whisper that they can't do another Superman. I don't know why they would have said that. Like, who knows? I mean, what if that's true? What if they're having some sort of internal thing where it's like, well, no, we're not letting you do another Superman yet. Maybe you haven't paid us enough, or who knows what. I have no idea. The fact that we only have one and then we have all these Batman, like, it's really interesting, right? So the app needs like multiple of the famous characters for people to buy, right? You need the tiers. You need the top tiers and down. You can't just have the first appearance crazy expensive Spider-Man and that's it. You need the other ones too, right? Because otherwise people will come in looking for Spider-Man, can't get him and leave. That's just a thought.
Compared to the... Yeah, and by the way, I see some people talking, and Execu Speak in 3 and Wise Mind Crypto, absolutely. So C tier in this instance, it doesn't mean it's terrible. It just means it's probably just the least valuable, or just has like the least amount of potential compared to the other golden moments. So like I said before, if I do a Cryptkins lineup and I put something at C tier, it doesn't mean it's equivalent to, if I put Bart Skateboard or Wally there, it doesn't mean it's the same thing. But it does seem like the crowd has spoken. It does seem like, I think people are putting Skateboard at C tier. I just want to finalize that, because I think the poll shows something a bit different until it shows like the final results. Yeah, they put at C tier. It edits it out barely. I know I didn't wait for all the votes, but I'm also trying to get through this like in a somewhat timely fashion. So yeah, I'm not... Skateboard is C tier, man. We already got Bart. True. And that was a meme. I think you heard this meme. Maybe I brought it up to you before, but some people were saying that Bart and Homer were the original battle statue before Batman and Killer Croc, because they're fighting.
Oh.
I was like, oh.
That's funny.
I'm like, that's true. People are like, this isn't the FA battle statue. We have Homer and Bart. I'm like, I guess that's technically true. I guess it doesn't have the title battle statue, but that's kind of funny. They are.
Yeah, we can give it that title. We can all appoint it.
Yeah, whatever we need to do to get Homer and Bart up, whatever we need to do to change your guys' minds on Homer and Bart, willing to do it. Homer and Bart also has that little signature.
That's pretty good that he's up there.
Yeah, but Homer and Bart also has that little signature too, right? Don't they have it on, like, I think on the bottom?
Yeah.
Of the... Or am I thinking of
different? For me, he's way up there.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I could have sworn there's like an Easter egg on the Homer and Bart statue, like at the bottom. There's like a signature. I could have sworn some of the golden moments have like little Easter eggs on them and stuff.
Oh, I know.
Maybe I'm wrong.
There's all sorts of weird stuff going on, right? So I don't know what any of it means. We thought we had the pen in there, and like, yeah, it's, like, this is what happens. We stare at them, we look at them. We want to know what's going on. There's a bit of mystery to them. Like, where are they going to go with them? Are they going to give us more? Are they going to do silver stuff? Like, is this it? Are we never going to get any more golden moments? I personally don't think we're going to get any more golden moments. I don't think they're like, I think unless they open up another category of stuff that that Disney actually sells, like another category, I don't think we'll get any more golden moments. Personally, I think this is their top, and then they're just going to go below. The silver moment thing is kind of an interesting idea. I don't know if that would happen, but that's cool. But I think we're just going to get regular figures under this, and I think that that's why these ones are so important. That's just what I think. I mean, I don't know if that's the case, but I can't see why they would do gold moments too. Personally, like, it would just kind of be anticlimactic if you ask me. So unless they come up with another, like, whatever else Disney owns, and they want to start that one off too, then you do your gold moment at the top, so Wally
getting the A tier. Nice. I mean, I might do a couple questions to like shuffle things around. I mean, positioning each one individually might be a little bit difficult for the poll, but there might be one or two that we could do here.
That's a nice staggered
Yeah, it's
hole there. The nice staggered look.
yeah, it's a nice stair,
Perfect.
some nice stair stepping going on. I feel like Walt's gonna mess it up, but we'll see.
Yeah. I wonder where he's gonna go.
Yeah,
Real nail biter.
yeah. If you look at the poll, it's kind of interesting. Guys, Iron Man defeated Thanos S tier. True. Bro, why are you guys voting C tier?
Yeah,
Come on, man. Not all C. I'd put it all C. All right. I'll stop. I think we can all agree Walt's.
Put him where he belongs.
Yeah, he's gonna go top of S tier. I was just messing with you guys. Yeah, he's the top of the S tier. He's messed up the staircase. But if someone's allowed to mess up the staircase, it's Walt. So, not working. Yeah, exactly. I own 3 golden moments that ended up in A tier. Thinking about one day trading Wally and Homer for Elsa. If the trade becomes even more after fees. That's a lot to eat. Like if you did a Homer or like a Wally plus something else, but like, I don't know, trading 2 golden moments just seems a bit steep. But I will admit, like Elsa is down, and like if Homer was at like 2100, like if he's up high and then like Elsa was also dipping, like maybe, I don't know. What would you say if someone said they wanted to trade Homer, Bart, and Wally for Elsa? Or is that too steep of a trade?
Yeah, I would try to find another way to do it.
Yeah.
Like, because, you know, like trading golden moments for golden moments, unless you're going like really high up, like an R2 maybe, I would probably just hold on to them. You're totally good with them. And like you said, the fees, you know, you just lose gems.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think you're good. Like if you, like imagine if you're, you know, don't have a very big collection, but you have a golden moment, you know, and I think when I say that, I mean the characters, you know, maybe not the skateboard or something, you know, like, you know, I think you're doing pretty good because, you know, that could be the top of your collection, right?
Yeah.
I know we all want them all, and, you know, but chasing like I got rid of the golden moments to do the Superman, and with the full intent that I find him higher level, you know, so I was going up. But I don't think I would do golden moments or golden moments unless I was going like really high, because I think Wally and Homer are like big time on their own, even though they're not, you know, 5,000 gems each. You know, whereas I think Superman is a different kind of collectible just because he's by himself and it's the first appearance. And I think that one is really a different kind of collectible for me. So not better than the golden moments, but for me it was just it's just different, you know. Like I think he's so that kind of trade I would look at doing. But and then I know I can sell Superman later and have way less fees when I sell him and get those golden moments back if he ends up going up really high, right? I'm just going to wait on my second one for quite a while. I may never sell him, I don't know, it really, you know, who knows, right? But I'll probably try to get those golden moments another way. But I thought about that too, about how would I acquire Elsa back, and I have some stuff that I could move, you know, for her. But then I just think, like, if I'm trading multiples of golden moments that all have the potential to suddenly go like really big for another golden moment, right, that has that same potential, it's almost like you're kind of trading sideways, but you're lowering your options. So that's sort of how I look at it. I mean, but hey, I mean, if someone wants Elsa, I mean, she's great. And if they don't want the lower ones, you know, like in terms of price right now, then, you know, fair enough, right? But yeah, those the fees when you sell are they can really get you. You think you're getting like what you want, and then, you know, they take, you know, it chops off a good amount, right? So
yeah, it really adds up. And I think even if you, I mean, looking at them now, even if you did sell, what was it, Wally and Homer, you would still be short. You would have to make up another, I don't know how many gems, because you would get like, let's just say 1850 from Homer, and then you would get, I don't know where Wally is, let's say, I don't know, 1250 from that. I mean, you would only be at, you would still be shy, like I think like 200-300 gems. So like not only you're eating two 8.5% fees. You also got to throw more gems on top of it, and you're trying to sell 2 golden moments. You know, if you're trying to sell them sooner rather than later, you typically have to undercut the floor pretty deep. You know, nothing crazy, but like if you want to sell it sooner rather than later, you have to, you know, sometimes you have to, you know, you got to undercut by like 5% sometimes even 10% to like just to get rid of it, to be jump on Elsa. I would say do everything you can to maybe only sell one of the two. You know, if you got other stuff you can sell to keep either Homer and Bart or Wally, you know, do whatever you can to just sell other stuff to do it. That would be my suggestion. So you know, sell other stuff, and if you have to sell Homer and Bart to afford it, then sure. But if you're able to save Homer and Bart and like make up that extra 400 or 500 gems to sell Wally, then I would do that. But yes, and also Mr. Planet Profit, I would say the lenticular cards will hit very well, critically, if you ask me. I do think, in my opinion, I think Golden Moments, when the market corrects, I think Golden Moments will actually hit first. Because to be honest, if I'm a whale, I would buy up Golden Moments first, and then Steamboat Willie, and then like the lenticular cards afterward. That's just me. And then I'd probably jump on like the Spider-Mans and then like the Black and White series stuff like third as well, just like the DC stuff in general. So you know, yeah. So, you know, the Superman, the FA Joker, the different Batmans, like all that stuff. Like I would jump on those probably second or third, and every whale's gonna have their preference to jump on stuff. But at least me personally, like, you know, just my bias would be Golden Moments. I think would pump first, and then lenticular cards and like Steamboat Willie might be later that day. It could take a day or two afterward for them to pump, and like, you know, people are moving money around. People are trying to guess where the next pump is going. But that'd be my take. Yeah, I think lenticular cards will do great. I think. Yeah. Gem for gem, Mickey and Donald will do the best as well. That's just my take.
Oh yeah, I know. I totally agree. I think the cards are the cards for me didn't impress me at first. Like I was like kind of like, oh yeah, but then I saw like, you know, how cool they were with the music and everything and the signature. And don't they all have that FE tag?
Yeah, they all have FE.
They do. Yeah, so right there, that right there helps a lot, I think. And they just look cool, right? So, you know, as I'm on my way here to try to pick up an Iron Man, okay, I and I'm making this like, you know, like I'm making this public because it's literally happening tonight as I sit here.
Let's go. Let's go.
I had to choose between I literally had to choose between selling Mickey's card or Common Steamboat, and I sold the Common Steamboat.
I would have done the same. I would have done the same. Yeah.
Yeah. And I love both, and Steamboat is like so awesome. I have like lots of respect for it. But for some reason I just feel like the card is a better hold right now. Yeah. And you know, it's just really unique. You know, I mean, the Steamboat, we have 3 of them, and I think if you had the, you know how many people actually, this is funny, how many people have asked, probably seen this too, should I sell my you know, ultra rare Steamboat for Superman, right? And they ask you this, they've been asking me this the last 2 days since I posted that video. And I've just been like, oh man, like, don't ask me that. Like, that's so hard, you know, like, wow, right? And then what am I going to tell you? Like, oh yeah, right away, do it. Sell your ultra rare Steamboat for Superman today. Like, it's so tough, right? But if you're asking me about the common, no problem.
Yeah, especially since like it sucks because the ultra rare Steamboat Willie was at 10K or like, you know, like, sitting around 9K for like a long time. But now it's like it's low. Like I can like. Yeah, I won that on drop, and I want to hold on to it. To be honest, if I just see something better, I might let go of it next pump, just thinking like it could retrace again. Like honestly, like nothing is immune to dips and retracement stuff. Even Golden Moments a little bit, but they've just done such a good job of holding their value. I mean, some Golden Moments have actually gone up in value over the last 2 weeks. So that's impressive. I think that alone should keep people get their eyes on Golden Moments. Like, if this is how it reacts during a massive gem squeeze. I mean, this is probably this has got to be the biggest gem squeeze we've ever seen, right? I mean, I didn't get in until basically during Golden Moments. Like I think I literally got on the app a day before Golden Moments started. So I don't know what the effects were of like the Disney announcement, but people were saying like stuff was selling for like 50, 60% off, sometimes 70. I'm like, we're heading in that region now. Like there's a lot of NFTs, at least from their all-time highs during that pump, were like, now they're 50% off. But also I think back then people also didn't necessarily realize what they were really holding on to. I think people were, I think once Golden Moments came out, people really started seeing a lot of money getting thrown in the app and like started really understanding the value of these NFTs. I don't know, that's my take on it.
It was those three big, it was the three big drops we had in a row that really just like ignited everything, right? We had the Gold Moments, we had that Spider-Man comic that, I did a video about, it wasn't necessarily super well received, and that's okay because it's just my thoughts, but and how at that moment that comic book was like one of the most important drops they did, not because of the comic, that the comic was the most important, but just what they did with that. They made it so rare, and they really just showed us that they could do that at any moment. And then it brought so much money into the app. Like the pump happened, the big January pump happened like right after that, right? And I think a lot of people like were selling stuff. And so like say people came in and they bought that comic, and the Gold Moments were climbing. And so, what happens, right, is when people like sell something like that, they have a bunch of money, they have a bunch of gems, and then they're not just going to sit on those gems. They turn around and then they start buying stuff. And so they buy the next tier down, right? Whatever that is. So Golden Moments and things like that. And all these items that were like starting to really take off at that time, Superman and all the rest of them. Because anybody who got that comic book and that drop, well, a lot of people sold it, and then people bought it up, and then so they had those gems. So then they went and they said, okay, well, now I'm going to go buy that Superman that I didn't get, or that Todd, or that Golden Moment, and all these other ones, and it trickled down. So then the people who sold those, they suddenly had a bunch of gems, right, handed to them, and so they didn't go out and buy Todd again. They went down another level, and they started to buy up like Spider-Man #1 and all these kind of comics and lower level. And all that money started to just trickle down, and everything just went like right to the ceiling, right? And I'm not saying that's the only factor, but that's sort of like when you have a big drop like that, a lot of money comes in, people sell to get it, and then when the people are like, selling, they're getting the gems, and if they don't get the big drop, they're going to start spending it back on other stuff. And it just makes everything go up, right? At least that's the way I see it. So when that comic book came in, I really do think that was one of the main catalysts for that big pump we had, just because it was so rare and so valuable. It just kind of like, it kind of helped kickstart things even higher, and then it all just trickled down. That's not the only factor, of course, but if we get another drop like that, another big item that comes in, like it's going to happen again, right? People are going to like sell stuff to try to get it, and you're going to see a lot of gems come in, and then people who like sold stuff, they're going to be rebuying more things. It's just going to trickle down again. You'll see another pump, right? So that's sort of like how I see the app working, and that's why right now I think everything is lulling, because we don't have any big announcement yet. We don't have any big drop that's happened. We don't have that giant like influx of gems and people selling, and then people then like getting those the money from selling, right, and then buying other stuff, because people are going to start selling big stuff in order to get the big drop, but they're not going to get it. Like a lot of people are going to be able to get whatever comes, right? And so what are they going to do, right? Well, they're just going to go and get other stuff.
Or buy in the secondary market. I do think people do sell off the big stuff because they're probably preparing for the fact that they're not going to win on the drops. They're going to buy it in the secondary market. So it's either going to be out of reach and they just undervalue it, and they're just like, oh gosh, this thing is, I only have 1,500 gems, and this thing is not even going below 3K. I guess I'll just buy something else. Or, they buy it and they're like, cool, I got my secret rare, my ultra rare this, I got the thing I wanted. I still have 600 gems left over. I guess I'll just go shopping, and they just, they just buy other stuff, which is what I thought was going to happen after this lenticular card and this Spidey Marvel Mighty thing. But I think it could be because when the, people are saying the gem squeeze is like Spider-Man was new on the app. Golden Moments was new on the app. When they did the 12 days of Veve thing, people had no idea what to expect. So they expected some FAs like during that 12 days. And 12 days is like a long time to prepare to, get a bunch of gems together and like get ready for whatever drops are coming, right? Because we didn't know what was happening until 2 days before the drop. And like that, each time that happened, the market recovered and actually rallied, and some of the blue chips and grails, doubled or even tripled in price during those times. But then after the most recent stuff, we already have Disney, we already have Marvel Mighties, and like the lenticular cards are really cool, but it's not a new IP. It's not a Star Wars, or I know Star Wars already exists, but like we only have 2 Star Wars characters right now. But if we expanded upon that, or if we expand upon like X-Men or something like that, so I don't know if like the market's waiting for like a new IP or just something completely new, or what, because I really thought the market was going to recover. And I think it did a little bit, but like that market glitch really threw a lot of people off. Like literally the day after the lenticular, or after the Marvel Mighties drop, where people were listing stuff, they were getting sold, and the buyers knew what were happening. They were trying to buy a listing and it said it was sold out or it didn't work, and they're like, what the heck? But the sellers didn't. They're trying to sell an NFT on the platform, and they're like, whoa, the floor is this much for Spider-Man, or the floor is this much for Batman. I guess I got to undercut to get rid of it, and then the next person does it, and the next person does it, and it just kind of got exacerbated. So I don't think that 1 day setback kind of caused all this, but it's definitely a cascade effect. Plus all the issues with people talking about bots and this and that. Again, I don't think people that are botting are like hoarding their NFTs. They're probably selling it the second the market opens, when they win. I don't think they're like hoarding NFTs, like, because they're well aware that at least until up in this most recent AMA, that their accounts are going to get locked or whatever. I'm not exactly sure, but I don't know. I just kind of went on a crazy tangent there, but I think
I love it.
I think great. Yeah, I think with this the gem squeeze, in my opinion, it's going to stop one of 2 ways. Either Veve makes a big announcement of like a new IP, so something like Star Wars or whatever it's going to be, X-Men, or if they're just going to hit us back to back to back with a lot of like a lot of like Black or African American like superheroes, just bet like, hey, we're gonna have Blade, and then Black Panther, and then this and this and this, and just gonna hit us like all 1 week, just like every day we're just gonna do this. Like, I think after something like that, the market could recover, because I think the market is just waiting for something. Like, there's still 2 to 5 million gems just getting poured into the app every day, and it's just like, it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. Some things are getting bought up, but everything's getting sold off. So I don't know if some people are waiting for a big move. Of course there's Pokemon, but personally I don't think that's gonna happen. But that, or if people are waiting on Pokemon, I think by the time it's January 25th, 6th or 7th, there's going to be massive moves in the market, because I think 25th, people are going to say, well, if there was going to be a drop on the 27th, they would have announced it by now, done a Medium article on the 26th, because that's one thing I think Veve is very strict on, is like, other than airdrops, they always let us know at least 48 hours in advance of a drop, right? And then they give us the Medium article the day after. So we could see, like, I don't think this gem squeeze will last like 3 more weeks. It could, but if it does, like, end of February is going to be like where everyone's going to make their moves, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I was thinking that what we're finding out right now in Veve is what, we're finding out what the real important NFTs are in this app. Mm-hmm. The ones that are going to be strong long term, and the market tells us exactly what we want to know, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's showing us the ones that can withstand kind of thing, and the ones that people are still buying, or the ones that that are kind of holding better than others. Like you mentioned earlier, the Batman Who Laughs Joker, mm-hmm. and how it's down, right? I mean, I've put him in a couple videos because you just want to, because this is like a month ago or a few weeks ago, because mm-hmm. you think, yeah, that one's really important, but then the market just tells you, right? Like, no, it's not that big of a deal. Like people mm-hmm. aren't going to just go after it for whatever reason, right? So we're finding out a lot of things right now, and I think people are just they're smarter. Mm-hmm. I think one thing that I think is important too is that the Killer Croc and Batman, that drop, and how it started off so high and then has come down. like what, half or something. Like, I mean, I think it's amazing. It's a fantastic statue, but you know, people were all hyped up when it came out, and you know, it just, the price was like super high. I completely stayed away from it because I just didn't have the gems anyway. But I think that that kind of thing also, you know, has made people kind of go, okay, like step back, take it easy. You know, let's figure out what's really going to be going up. And you know, I think I think, you know, a lot of people are trying to like flip and sell and flip and sell and get these quick gains, but
Yeah.
you know, you got to pick your time for that. Like you said, you got to pick like those catalyst moments that come into the app that really boost everything. Then you can make some flipping gains. But I'm not really myself into the flipping game. I've always said this is long term. So when I see these nice prices right now, for me, it's like great to grab one or two that I know are going to go long term. And but people are getting smarter, like no doubt about it. You know, in the earlier days, even a month ago, it's funny how things change in a month. You know, everything was going up, everyone was going to the moon, everything was going great. We're all going to be rich, right? You know, so like it's then the market says, well, wait a second, right? Let's just hold on a second here. There's still some issues with the app. You know, there's still an uncertain future about cashing out. There's you know, we're still waiting on big announcements, and people, I think, are waiting on big announcements. Like you said, they're waiting for that next big announcement, that next big item. And you know, people are selling some stuff. I think there's people who are holding on to some gems right now, who haven't like just thrown it back into buying an item. They're probably holding on. I'd love to know what people think about that, if they are holding on to some stuff and just waiting, you know. Because then we get the big stuff though, like the really big blue chips that people then go, okay, well, those are safe, right? So you know, that's me. I see Superman and I go, that's where I'm gonna go, right? This is my chance, or whatever. Like it could be, it's for me, Iron Man as well, or else I want to get her back. Those kind of things, like those kind of level, right? Instead of just, you know, like, oh, I wonder if I can get like Supergirl to flip, you know, and flip her for $50 for 50 gems. I mean, like I said, I you know, I love that figure, but that's not a moon figure. I just love that figure, right? It just looks good. I mean, it's just fun, right? It's just a fun collectible to have. And but you know, I'm putting my thoughts into the big stuff, and it's really starting to clear. It's really starting to like, they're starting to separate, right? Like the big stuff is really like, I know we've known their pricing is going up, but they're really starting to separate in people's minds too, about like what is the major stuff in the app, and it's becoming undisputed, right? Like they're and until we get another really big one, all the rest of it is just going to kind of be playing around. We have some contenders that are kind of creeping up, you know, and they're fun to watch, like in the thousand gem range, like Doctor Doom and stuff. Like they're starting, you know, they're starting to creep up. Maybe a Spider-Man 2099, you know, these little dudes, they're starting to kind of creep. But some of the other ones like have come back down. Like it's really astounding how Wonder Woman's dropped, you know, because I think I that one's really hard to figure out for me. And it's also hard to figure out why the Joker hasn't just gone up to 3,000. You know, I mean, it's the Joker, right? So I think it's probably just the way they look, you know. I mean, you know, if we had like, if you flip Wonder Woman that just came out for the Wonder Woman that's first appearance, would she be worth 2,000 right now? I mean, I don't know, right? So it's interesting, right? So I think we just like what you're doing. You just watch the market, and it will tell you exactly what's going to happen. And if you just look at it, like the trends of it, like with the Superman, for example, or other ones, like I think Elsa and Iron Man are right there. They're just nicely going along like you showed. And I don't think, maybe they're not going to pop off tomorrow, but those are strong. So that's like, where I would look.
Yeah, at least when I was looking at the 89 Batman, like this is one of my favorite NFTs just aesthetically to look at. And if you guys know the story of the Batman Who Laughs, it's really interesting. And I think I haven't read it like page for page, but I watched you know, Comics Explained, his YouTube video on it. He has like 2 different YouTube videos on it, and it's a really interesting story. It's definitely, you know, it's definitely more on like the gruesome side compared to like you know, some other comics and stuff, but Batman Who Laughs, I mean, there's just so many mints of it, 17,000. And honestly, because like if you look at any of the other Batman Black and White series, there's no more than like 7,500 of them. Batman Who Laughs has 17,000, and honestly, I do think there was some artificial pumping going on in the like over Twitter and stuff, and people were saying you should buy this and this is amazing. In my opinion, it should have never gone above like 300, like maybe 350 at the highest, but it pumped all the way up to 600. Like there was a bit of a retest here at like 475 and then like went back down here. But you can see like the second it peaked at 600, people were immediately taking profits. I mean, it reached to an all-time high at the time and then it reached it again. I think there was some artificial pumping going on here. And on top of that, like there's a whole lot of people. I mean, all the way from, I think I've said it before, like all the way back till May, people have been buying this for under 100 gems, 17,000 people. I bought this for, if we look at the dip here when it was going down, I mean, it's, this is some stuff going on over the course of like 10 days or so, but it's like, we're talking, a couple hundred people that probably bought it up, and you're trying to compete with 16,000 other people that bought it for under 100 that are more than happy to probably sell it for maybe even as low as like 175 and be like, sure, I'll take, it's still profit to me. I bought it for 75 gems 4 or 5 months ago, 6 months ago. And if a drop happens that I want just gems for, sure, I'll sell this. Or there's people that probably been stacking this. So that's why I think Batman Who Laughs could probably go as low as like low 200s in my opinion, and then finally start plateauing. Sure. But it's one of my favorite, NFTs on the platform, just aesthetically, alongside Dragon Girl and some other ones I can't think of right now. But are you familiar with like the Batman Who Laughs story? Yeah. I heard that like the Batman Who Laughs is one of the more unique just villains that DC has kind of come up with in the last like 5 years. It's actually a really new villain, I believe. It's like not that old, and it was kind of more of like an offshoot story, not like
yeah, you're definitely right. It's definitely edgier and darker and everything, and really cool. And I think somebody in your comment said, I think Real Ray right there, I was just reading what he said. Mm-hmm. Unless you read comics, most of them aren't mainstream. So yeah. So I think that kind of thing will, remember, like, you say this all the time. I mean, we're so early in this app, right? Sometimes we're sitting in it, we forget that too. Even on a daily basis, I have to sort of remind myself, like 2 million users in the app. In a year from now, what's it going to be, right? And some of these FAs are going to have they're going to have their time, like they're not going to go partner statue or anything, but they're going to have their time, and their time isn't now. I mean, that's okay, right? Like it's still okay to have one if you can. I mean, you can have two trains of thought. You could put everything into the highest level stuff right now because it's early, and in a year from now, it's going to be even higher than that. Like all the gold moments and all that stuff. Or you could, like, if you don't have the gems, you can be very comfortable, in my opinion, picking up like that Joker, or the actual first appearance Joker, or Wonder Woman now that she's dipped, or like, other ones, right? Like, that are first appearances. And you could just put them away and have some fun with it and not worry about like the big monster ones that are already kind of like really gone for a lot of people. And you can just wait a year or two. But I think, it's hard, I think, for people to see him go down, especially if they picked him up at 300, like you said, and now he's down to like 250 or 225. And then you think, I'll just dump him, because he's not going anywhere. And, that's definitely a way to just, lower your status in the app, right? Like, so if you pick him up, just think about a year or two from now, because he's such a beautiful NFT and people do know about him. And they're not all here yet. I mean, we know that, right? So, and nobody that's in here thinks Veve's going anywhere anytime soon. Like nobody thinks this app's going to die out. I mean, like we wouldn't be here, I think, if that was the case. And maybe some people do think that it's not going to go far. Maybe that's why some of the prices are low, because they're just dumping them, right? That's fine, right? Because more people are showing up every day. So I look at those guys, I still think they're super important. I just don't think their time is yet. I said that about the comic books too. I don't think the comic books are anywhere near where they're going to be, and their time hasn't fully come where, where people are super focused on them. The prices go way up. I mean, you mentioned the 17,000 or whatever editions that he has. And as if we get another 2 million people in here, that's not going to be very, It's not going to be lucrative. There's not going to be very many of them to go around, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You start to do the number now, and like we talked about before when you had me on, that everybody wants that NFT, but as the numbers increase, and they start to, the gap gets bigger and bigger and bigger between the big stuff. They're not going to have any other choices. They're going to add more things, of course, right? But how many Joker first appearances can you have, right?
Yeah.
So I think these have their time, right? And their time isn't now, and that's okay. Some NFTs in the app will never have their time. I mean, we could probably do a show on the ones that you probably just would never, don't even bother buying, and right? Like you could just don't ever bother buying that one unless you're an actual fan or something.
Yeah, like 007 memorabilia. That's me for me.
So,
sorry, 007 NFTs. That's it for me. Like, at least the way they're performing now. I'm sure there's some fringe groups or people that love James Bond, but like, even if they were fans, I don't know if they would like those NFTs and posters and stuff. Like I said before, like if it was James Bond, I'd rather have like a cool spy gun or an Aston Martin or like a spy watch or some other stuff, not like posters and like a weird mask and like things that were kind of like memorabilia things of like the movies. But sorry to cut you off, but that's immediately what I thought of when I like NFTs.
You're right. Yeah, no, just from that one movie alone, right? Like, I mean, how many Bond movies do we have? You could do, I mean, just think you could do posters from all the movies, right? You could do each Bond as a figure, I mean, there's so much possibility, right? But yeah, for me, I don't own any of the Bond stuff, and I'm a huge Bond fan, right? But I don't own any of it. So, I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in there that it's not going to get the attention, right? But like I said, I always think of it that way. They'll have their day, and it's not going to be soon, right? Like, but the more and more people that come, like all it takes, like I said, is like, somebody famous coming in and they're like, oh, that Joker's my favorite, right? And then it goes up 100 gems, right?
Yeah.
And that's a little movement, right? But I think people really want to, flip and make profit so fast. And I think we've been kind of conditioned for that in the last few months because of the giant pump that we had.
Yep.
And I think we all knew that wasn't really realistic. I mean, it was super fun. Like in January, that was really fun, like watching everything go crazy, and there's a lot of people who made a lot of gems by selling, right? And there's a lot of great stuff in their collection, myself included. But yeah, long term for some of those. So, you could pick him up. You could pick that Joker up. Just don't think he's going to go to 400 tomorrow. Like, you just enjoy it for what it is, and then wait and see, right? Or wait and see and like don't touch him, and then wait and see what happens. Maybe he goes down to 150, and then you could pick him up then and like it. But not everything has to be a to the moon flip. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
At least that's how I see it.
Yeah, that's why I think it's for some people it might be good to have their portfolio. 80% of it is locked up, and your blue chips, your grails, things you're never gonna touch, and then you just keep flipping that 20%. That's kind of what I'm doing now for the most part. I mean, I've moved some stuff around. There's a couple things I've sold where I'm like, gosh, I could probably hold this long term and it'll do great, but I think I can make a better move here. So some people do that. Well, they'll lock up something like Superman and this blue chip or that blue chip, but they still have a decent amount on the side that they could still flip, be active in the market, still understand the nuances of things, still stacking. Because also, stacking is fun too. It's a good way to get master collector points on the side while you're stacking either comics or, a certain amount of collectibles, and you just sell them off as you need them. You just kind of dollar cost average on the way up. Plus it kind of just gets you a bit more invested in the market and kind of like watch it a bit closer and stuff. But I think it's interesting how you bring up people just kind of get used to the market. You said people just get kind of conditioned to that. Because even like one of my roommates, I got him on Veve probably a month ago. He didn't really try a lot of the drops until a couple of weeks ago. And he won 2 back-to-back. I think he won he got a lenticular card and a Marvel Mighty. And that was like I think that was like one of his like first couple drops. And then neither of us got the next drop. I forgot what it was. I think it was a comic or whatever. He's like, dude, what's going on? Like I won my last 2 drops. Like, what's going on? I'm like, he just doesn't understand that it's actually like a pretty rare thing to like get a drop. He just doesn't know. And when we have people coming into the, and when we have people coming into the app now, especially during this dip, they're probably looking at charts like this and like, whoa, like this NFT used to be 600 or this used to be $6,000 or this and that. Or people show up during the pump and they're just, that's all they know. Like all they know is like, yeah, Todd's at 14K or this, that's all they know. You know, they weren't there during a time when, you know, Todd was 2K or, gosh, Elsa was going for 600 gems. Like, you know, those days are gone now, and they're never going to return. And if anything, it's not going to happen again, because now people understand the value of things like Disney and Marvel and all that stuff. Like, I don't think, you know, it depends on the superhero and stuff as well, but like, I just don't see people selling Marvel or like DC NFTs after drop, selling them for box price anymore. Like that's just not going to happen anymore. Like that used to happen, but not anymore, where people used to sell like, oh, I only got the common, I'm going to just sell this for 50 gems and just get my money back or just eat a loss. Like, I don't think that's going to happen anymore as well. So I do want to get off here in like probably 5-10 minutes, but I do want to wrap up any questions people might have in like chat, or if you have kind of like any last words before I jump off here. Let's see.
Yeah, I'll for myself, I really appreciate you having me.
Yeah,
on.
Of course.
I'll pop off now. And
Yeah.
I'll watch the some of the comments and listen to the little last bit of it. But thanks a lot for having me on. And like I was reading everybody's comments too while we were chatting. Awesome stuff in there for sure. I mean, you could just do a whole show just reading those. I know it's tempting, right? I mean, that's why I watch your show. You see all the comments and they're asking questions. And anyway, I think the community is so great. I mean, I haven't done a live stream on my channel or anything. I just love coming to your guys' spaces.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. I've noticed, and I've noticed that you know, especially you and Vivian3 really enjoy the live streams, because you guys both do a lot of videos, you know, a lot of in-depth stuff, and like, yeah, it does take time to like, you know, record it, do retakes, do some editing, and like, you know, you mess up or you stumble here, you know, it takes time to do all that stuff. But the live stream, you just kind of roll with the mistakes. If I say something silly or wrong, I just roll with it and just keep going. And it's so easy when you have, honestly, an infinite amount of content with people just talking and asking questions. But with a video, you have to come up with the idea, maybe do a little script, I know you do your little presentation on your iPad. Like, all that stuff takes time, and it kind of sucks doing it by yourself a while. And I definitely get the feeling when you say like, you know, I just want someone to talk to Vivi about. Like, making the videos is cool, and like chatting in the comments of your Vivi videos is one thing, but like being in a live stream is something totally different. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on, and like,
it's the best for sure. It's
yeah. So yeah, I appreciate you coming on, and like, obviously, you know, you're always welcome to jump on when I have time and stuff. And I know me, you, and Vivian3 and a few other people have talked about doing something together, which will be happening here soon, hopefully, if we can kind of sync up our schedules and stuff, which I think will be a lot of fun. So.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thanks, man. I'll chat with you next time.
Okay. Yep. Thanks for stopping by. See you later.
All right. See you guys.
Bye. Well, that was swell. That was a lot of fun, honestly. It's always nice having someone else on that just knows more about me, about just kind of like the nuances of certain NFTs and stuff. And he just gives really good of insight. And one thing I do like about my collectibles is, you know, he's a good storyteller. Like, it's not just, I'll be honest, like sometimes I feel like I'm just very factual. Like, I like this, I don't like this, don't buy it, do this, do that. But I think people enjoy the personality of people. So that's something I'm trying to like learn, not like learn myself, but something I would like to do more on the channel, is be able to explain things and kind of go a bit more in depth on all that. But yeah, I'll be hopping off here in like 5 minutes. So if you guys have any like burning questions or things you guys like have to know now, like I'm gonna buy this in 30 seconds, tell me now. You know, I'll check it out. But let's see here. Yeah, honestly, if you have the comic book friends, just ask them. They think they're popular. Yeah, I would say that as well. One day I do need to like I'll just send a message to Vivian3. Got to remind myself to send you that YouTube video, Vivian3. I think if you listen to that video, you know, obviously with NFT Pirates' video with I think Vivi Magic was her name, talking about Disney. I think you'd be more bullish on Disney, just hearing just how Disney operates and stuff, and it's pretty crazy. Which comics do you think are going to perform well in the long term? I don't know which ones, but it seems like the Miles Morales one, I forgot the name of it. I know people literally said it like 15 times this stream, but I forgot the name of it. Ultimate Fallout #4, that's what it is. ASM #1, Final Keep thinking Final Fantasy. Fantastic Four #1, Marvel Comics #1. Like you can't go wrong with like most of those like #1s and like Daredevil and all that stuff. So it's I can't tell you, but like all of those will do good long term, Anthony. Do I sell all my entire Mickey cards, including SR and low mints, for some golden moments? That's rough, especially since some are down right now. Like part of me kind of wants to like suggest you maybe wait till the lenticular cards go up a bit. Not entirely sure. It depends on what you're getting. I think someone said earlier if they sold their entire set for Iron Man and Elsa, I don't think that's a terrible move. It does suck. You're taking an 8.5% hit on a lot of on like everything. I don't think that's the worst move though. In my opinion, if you're more bullish on the golden moments, you can go for it. But if you think the lenticular cards are going to pop off, which I think they will, I think golden moments will pop off first, but then lenticular cards will, you know, be a day or two after. We'll see. Man, I had the chance to get Walt as well. I had to buy now. I just didn't have 333 gems. This will haunt me for the rest of my life. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it now. Like, I wouldn't beat yourself up. Like, don't tyrannize yourself by watching Walt. Like, oh my God, it's at 50K. I could have 50K. I had a Walt. I think I've said this before. I had a Walt and I sold it for 10K because I had literally no money to put in the app. And I knew people were saying like, Walt's going to hit 100K by the end of the year. Like I knew that. I could have held it, but I would not have been able to learn the market and be able to flip stuff and do all the things I'm doing now. And honestly, not even have a YouTube channel probably if I didn't do that. So like, I almost like willingly was like, all right, I could just sit on Walt and just ride my whole VV experience on that, but that's boring. I do want to engage with the community more. I want to learn the market. I want to do all this stuff. So, yeah, I basically not sacrificed Walt or done anything crazy like that. But like I knew I was, you know, I sold them for I think like 10K. So I did that willingly, and people were like, "Well, why didn't you sell it?" But like I wasn't in a position then, and even now I can't throw in hundreds or thousands of gems into the app every month. Like I just can't afford it. And but Walt just allowed me to give me the experience to like learn the market and share that information with you guys, which I don't regret at all whatsoever. The only thing I do kind of regret is like not listening to the community and buying at least one Todd after I did that, because Todd at the time was I think like 2K or something like that when I did it, maybe 2.5. So I could have bought one, maybe even two, and been like, okay, whatever. So I ended up not doing that. But that's like my only regret is basically I ignored the community. When the community gets on board with something, you know, when they talk about Todd or when they say Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie is a grail, you know, you listen to it. Because if enough people say it, it's going to happen eventually. And if it's said enough and it gets to certain whales' ears or just new people that are joining in the app, it will happen. Remember comics hit €5? Yeah, my buddy just started on Veve a few weeks ago. First drop ever he got an SR Captain America 117. That's sick. I've gotten 2 comics ever, and I don't think I've ever gotten higher than a uncommon between those 2 drops. Sold my Ultra Rare Spidey for the full card set and a handful of Donalds. Personally like that move because I'm looking to going to eventually flip to Gold Moments set. Would be repeated. I think the Golden Moments will pump, but I think the lenticular cards will be right behind, so there could be a chance to like flip. And you said you stacked Donalds. I think that's still the best one by far. Even though the cards already did pump, I do think they will do very well. So it would not surprise me if you were able to flip those and be able to get gold moments and stuff. And I would agree. I think gem for gem, getting 3-4 golden moments for an ultra rare Spider-Man. I know there's the middle play of the cards. I think that's the right move. Are lenticular cards considered grails in both of your opinions? Oh, that was a question earlier. I would say grails. No, but very high A tier. Just because they could come out with more lenticular cards and stuff, so I'm not entirely sure. And that's even something I want to clear up. I think I want to make a YouTube video clearing up, what does a grail mean? What does a blue chip mean? Are they the same? Are they different? Is a grail something that means that, it's like Walt. Like, we're probably never going to see Walt ever again. If we're never going to see lenticular cards again, sure, maybe they are grails. Like, we're just never going to see them again. Like, could that be it's exclusivity that it's not going to have multiple sets? Like, that could be a thing. I think the lenticular cards were a huge success, and they're probably I could be completely wrong, but relatively easy to make versus like 5 different 3D models of the same character doing animations and stuff. Like, I could be wrong. But we'll see. And even blue chips, it's like, you know, what does that mean? So I do think a lot of people in the community and people use those terms interchangeably, which is fine. I think just for myself, I would like to have better definitive like terms, what that means as well. Let's see. Matt Mars, all good though. We will come to a time where I'll be able to cop before the takeoff. Yeah, true. I remember Marvel #1 selling for 2 gems. Oof. Hey, Hamoon. Awesome streams vibes. Yeah, thanks. I'm heading off here after I'm pretty much caught up with chat at this point. So after I read these last few messages, I'm going to jump off. Very cool guy. Will market dip further? It's already crashed so much. Yes. Once Veve does whatever announcement they need to do to, like, you know, Star Wars, X-Men, whatever the hell they need to do to actually have people start buying again, the market will dip even further, but maybe not by much, but we'll see. Veve vibes #1 pick under 1K right now. Interesting question. Just a pick under 1K. So golden moments are out. It's interesting. I don't know. Like, there's no one NFT right now that I think that is around 1,000 that I think like a $500 and a $400 NFT would outperform, or like a $750 and then like a $250. If it has to be one NFT and only one NFT, it's tough. I don't know why, but like the first thing that kind of came to mind was like Donald. It's a tough question. If I had to pick like only one. Ultra uncommon Steamboat Willie's like up there as well. That some people were asking that too. Like, hey, should I sell my uncommon Steamboat Willie for not Goofy, but for Donald? I'm sure there's like one I'm missing. I mean, if Joe Mad goes below 1,000, which I don't think it will, but it could. Same thing with Joker. Like, those would just be absurd. But again, I think the Disney, not Disney, I think just in general, like the DC NFTs are going to struggle a bit, because I think a lot of flippers have identified that as a very good IP to do flipping on. It's like, it's a big name, 2.5% fee. You don't need it to move much to get profit, unlike Marvel and Disney. Yeah, that's a tough question. I would say uncommon Steamboat Willie, Donald. Like, if I could pick two, it'd probably be like Ben Reilly plus like maybe like Mini or something, like Mini card. It's hard to say. That'd be some of my stuff. Awesome stream, bud. Way to put in the hours. Make sure to smash the like button, everyone. Yeah, and again, that's the other thing I'm trying to do too, is work smarter, not just harder. Like, more recently, I've just been really enjoying the streams, but I need to put some strict timelines and schedule stuff ahead of time. And I want to be a bit more punctual and tactical with the way I release videos, topics, and just be more efficient with my time. Because sometimes I just turn on the stream and like, it's great. Like, I love interacting with you guys, but at the same time, I do think the way to get exposed to more people and get more action, like on my stream and stuff, is to do more videos, more than I have been recently for the most part. Donald, thoughts on lunar stamps? I'm just gonna jump around in chat. I think they're okay. I'm just not very bullish on stamps in general, even though people have said like these are probably the best stamps on the app right now. It's like, Donald? Oh yeah, I would say Donald. I know there's you know, obviously Spider-Man, ultra rare. The what's it called? I think this one's very good too. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, ultra rare. That's really good. But part of me thinks like, I mean, look at Ben Reilly. It's at 500. Like, a double Ben Reilly is actually fantastic for under $1,000 as well. Like, that's awesome. Just double Ben Riley for 500, or you do like Ben Riley plus if like Daisy goes to 500 or like or Mini, like that's not bad. If Joe Mad or Joker goes below 1,000, which I mean, hell, at this point, I mean, someone did say there was a Joker for floor. Someone floored a Joker. Like, Joe Mad's at 1,000. Joker's almost at 1,000. So, even if you did buy these, I think they would just struggle to get up as much as Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, or like Mickey cards and stuff. Like, that's my take. But it's just absurd that these prices are still going down. Yeah. So. You should do a live My Collectibles. I'm sure he will at some point. I'm sure he will. And if he needs help, I'm more than happy to help him with like setting it up. It's pretty straightforward. Just picked up a Silver Dragon, 3-digit for 570. Goodbye. I haven't looked at Dragon Girls in a while, to be honest. Do you invest in the Omi token? Tyreek, I think that's how you pronounce it. I would. I set up a MetaMask wallet and all that stuff. I haven't bought it yet. I really need to. Again, just don't have like a ton of fiat to invest in it. I've just been busy with stuff. I've been more focused on trying to do this like full time, and honestly, I probably need to be more efficient with my time as well, just to get more content out to you guys in general, or at least just like more videos and stuff. Which one did you say? Silver Dragon Girl. Oh, this one. 570? That's pretty legit. And a 3-digit? Nice. I mean, now's a decent time to buy. I mean, the listings are at an all-time high, but it's a nice looking thing. I personally just prefer the common and uncommon just because you can actually see the tattooed art and stuff, but silver is nice too. Should I add the 2.9 to get Elsa or keep the same? I'd really try and get an Elsa if you could. Daniel, I have like, even though all the stuff I said about the Batmans and stuff, try your best to get an Elsa. Should I add the 2.9 to get Elsa? Yeah, I would try to get that. Like that is, if you guys haven't seen yet, just for funsies. Someone already commented on my video. This is definitely clickbait. But if you guys are ready for this video tomorrow at 10 a.m. my time, but it'll be 10 hours from now, I'll be doing a premiere video. If you guys don't know what premieres are, basically the video will just air at this time at 10 a.m. my time, 9 a.m. Pacific time, I believe. Yeah, 9 a.m. Pacific time. It'll air. I'm trying different time zones with my videos just to see how well they perform, and then see how well they do. I'm just kind of curious. I know I usually do these later in the day, but this is just a meme. Like I don't actually think Wally's S tier, then everything else is just F tier. But yeah, so it's, if we can watch that together. I'll be in chat and you guys can ask questions or hang out or just meme on me. It doesn't matter. So can you check Storm Ultra? PS, I cannot believe people, possibly scammers, sell gems at 4 gems per gem. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, people trying to cash out before they get caught or something like that. Or again, some of those people, I mean, Dax could be in, less developed countries. Like, I kid you not, that maybe they don't have a bank account or anything like that. So even if they did get, what's it called? MTL, like they probably don't even have account information to like put in to possibly do it, amongst some other things. So yeah, just keep an eye out for this. If you guys haven't already, like, subscribe, do all the fun stuff as well. But yeah, I'll pull up Storm very quick, but I need to hop off. Ultra rare. You're doing awesome, in my opinion. Schedules always help, of course, but I think you're gonna blow up in this community doing stuff you're doing. Keep it up. I think so as well. I would like to be a little bit more like entertaining. I don't think I'm not entertaining. It's more like I do think people do enjoy entertainment, right? Like I think Dino, he doesn't dig through the market and stuff as much as I do, which is completely fine. But he's definitely more entertaining than me. Like, I definitely will give him that. Like, I love tuning into his streams. He does a bunch of goofy stuff for donations and squats and like eggs, and like he loves Star Wars, and so like I love talking Star Wars with him and stuff. But I'm trying to remember the analogy I used before, but it was like there's a reason why on YouTube the video, like if there's a rich person driving a Lambo and like just kind of doing funny stuff, like if there's a rich person driving a Lambo, there's a reason why that video gets millions of views. But the second that person teaches you how to earn the Lambo through business or stocks or whatever, like those videos only get like 10,000 views. Like people want to be entertained and not always educated, but I think this space is a bit different. I would like to find a balance of both. I do have some ideas for videos to, you know, kind of keep it more lighthearted and fun, which is also why I'm, you know, having fun with like the thumbnails and stuff, putting Wally at the top and everything else at the bottom. And I try not to make this as serious as it needs to be all the time. Sometimes I do feel like I'm a bit too serious when I'm just doing nothing but crunching numbers for an hour and a half, 2 hours straight. Iron and mini card for Elsa, a good move. I don't know. I think Iron Man could do very well. I think that's too much. Both of those will do very well, John, independently. Will Elsa move up more? Maybe. But Iron Man and mini, I think are very solid. I would just hold on to those. But that's it. But Execu Speak and Daniel D, I really appreciate it. But Daniel D, I would do the best you can to get an Elsa, because that means you are absolutely set. You got all the gold moments or most of them, and like you are definitely set. But if you not necessarily have to settle, but if you have to, you know, get the Jokers and the Joe Madden stuff, like if the prices of those have already gone down too, like you could, I mean, you've already saved like 400 gems by doing that. So you could wait a bit to see if Elsa does go down to like 3.3, 3.2, something like that. Could happen, maybe even lower. So, all right, that's it, guys. I'll see you guys next time, and be safe and